Get started. I'd like to call this here September 13th meeting of City Council of Charleston to order. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Gregg, Councilmember Shealy, Councilmember Saccharin, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Brady, Councilmember Gregory, Councilmember Waring, Councilmember Seekings, Councilmember Shade, Councilmember Bowden, Councilmember Appel, Councilmember Parker, Mayor Tecklenburg.
Here. Now, if you'd like to join us, Councilmember Gregory will lead us in prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance.
My Father in heaven, I give you thanks for this day, and I give you thanks for all that you've done for our city and for our state. Give us the kind of understanding so that we can do our best for the residents of this city. Give us all that we need in terms of knowledge, understanding, and more importantly, love, so that we can continue to be one of the best, if not the best city in this country. These and all other blessings. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And we don't have a big crowd here tonight, so I think everybody knows, but just in case, if we had to evacuate the building, we got these two doors here, one door over there. Don't use the elevator, but take the stairs down, and then we got one stair going out the front. That would be our exit plan if we needed it. Okay, first, we just have one proclamation tonight recognizing Literacy Month and National Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. And I'd like to invite Eileen Chepnick and board members of the Trident Literacy Association to please come forward. And I have a proclamation to present to you. Come on up. And then I'm going to ask Eileen to make a few remarks and introduce her other board members that are here with us today. By the way, Eileen has been at this for a little while, haven't you? 19 years of helping citizens in our community become literate. And here's the proclamation. Whereas the need for a highly literate citizenry prepares our community, especially as technology becomes a more consistent presence in our everyday life. And whereas every important social issue is impacted by literacy, including health, gender equality, poverty, and whereas approximately 15% of the adults of the city of Charleston experience literacy issues that severely impact their lives and families, their ability to work productively, and their participation as citizens and residents of our city. Whereas Trident Literacy Association provides individualized instruction to adults in the city of Charleston to help them improve their skills, earn their GED, affording them chances they didn't think possible. Whereas after completing Trident Literacy's programs, students enrolled in continuing education at Trident Tech seek apprenticeship opportunities, join the military, or join the job market. Whereas Trident Literacy has served our community and helped our citizens transform their lives for 50 years, making it a better place for all our citizens. And whereas the city of Charleston recognizes the economic and societal importance of literacy and applauds Trident Literacy Association for all they do to make literacy possible for all our citizens. Now, therefore, I, John J. Tecklenburg, Mayor of the City of Charleston, in addition to City Council, hereby proclaim September as Literacy Month and September 18th through the 24th specifically as National Adult Education and Family Literacy Week in the City of Charleston. Congratulations, Eileen. Thank you for your service. Yours for 19 years and the Literacy Association for 50 years. Please come forward. Eileen Chepnick.
Thank you, Mayor Tecklenburg. I want to introduce our bashful staff here are one of our education managers, Diane McGee, and our Director of Philanthropy, James Grant. And I want to thank Mayor Tecklenburg and the council for yet again, in my 19th time, presenting to this council. Some of you I've seen for 19 years, others I've known since you were a child. So I'm definitely on the way out here. But this year, Trident Literacy is celebrating its 50th anniversary. And everyone here who supports Trident Literacy in the city from all these many years, you play a major role in helping us reach this milestone. Just want to make a few comments about COVID. COVID brought us new and uncharted challenges. Our sites shut down for in-person instruction in March 2020. We immediately reached out to our students, and in many cases, we were a lifeline to them. They were stressed. They didn't know what to do, where to turn, and they turned to us, and we were there from them. So we're more than just teaching reading and math. We're a support system for many of them. A major shift was required in everything we do, and our instruction went completely virtual. We taught on Google, on Zoom, over the telephone, by texting, by email, and by snail mail. We even prepared packets of material and left them outside of our door so our students could come and pick them up and do their work. Many of our students didn't have computers, so we loaned them Chromebooks. Many didn't have Wi-Fi, so with the assistance of our community partners, we connected them to opportunities for free Wi-Fi. And if there could be a silver lining, virtual instruction opened new opportunities for many of our students who, for various reasons, couldn't attend during normal working hours. And today, we're now fully open for in-person instruction. We're continuing with the virtual instruction as well. Our enrollment took a dive during COVID for lots of reasons, but I'm happy to say that we just enrolled our first new student intake in the new fiscal year, which began July 1st. And we already have, well, we just started enrolling in August. We already have more students enrolled in just these first few weeks than we had in the entire year last year. So we're really looking forward to that. I just want to also mention something that makes Trident Literacy unique is that our instruction is personal and it's individual based on each student's individual needs. Our schedules are flexible because we recognize the multitude of obstacles and additional responsibilities that our students have with work and with childcare and transportation. We even have a free early childhood program for our students so they can bring their preschool age children. The children develop school readiness skills while their parents are developing their skills. And between our staff and our volunteers, they literally teach morning, noon, and night, and on weekends. Our students know that they can come to us without judgment, and we specialize in second chances. Just a few weeks ago, we had our for the first time in 3 years, because we couldn't have it since COVID, our achievement ceremony, where we honor our students who earn their GED. And I would like you to meet some of our students and learn about why they come to Trident Literacy. Tatiana dropped out of school when she was 17 because she was waking up every day at 5 a.m. for school after being up all night taking care of her 1-month-old son. She decided to focus on being a full-time mother. Kelly dropped out because she didn't think school was important. After having 3 children and struggling with childcare, transportation, and low-paying job, she decided to make a change. Angelica broke her mom's heart when she dropped out, but now with a daughter of her own, she wants to set an example. Sylvia, a single mother, continued with her studies even while recuperating from brain surgery and with 5 children at home and another one on the way. And finally, Harriet dropped out because after her mom had a heart attack and was in the hospital, they lost their home and she had to get a job to provide for herself and her 2 siblings. These are just a few examples. If every one of our students has a unique story of their own, I won't tell you all of them. I'm sure you want me to finish. But anyway, all of these individuals that I just mentioned are now in college pursuing post-secondary degrees and advanced certificates, and they will qualify for good jobs and contribute to our vibrant economy. And not only have they changed their own life trajectory, they've changed the trajectory for their families for generations to come, because they have made education a bedrock foundational family value. So thank you to all of you. You share in our success through your generosity and support. And I hope you'll join us. Our 50th anniversary gala, Golden Gala, is October 29th. So on behalf of everybody at Trident Literacy, I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you. The only skill, I think, in Divine, right?
No, they're virtual.
You're not using.
I'm not using the facility because we're able to serve more students virtually than we could in one facility.
Interesting.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I can't let Eileen leave without me saying one word about her. And she and her husband are constituents in my district. And we all have the honor and privilege of serving on this council. But being here, we get to meet people like Eileen and her husband, and they are the unsung heroes of our community. We see this repeated hundreds of times, and I just want to tell her publicly, thank you. It's a privilege knowing you. And I'm honored that you're in my district. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Eileen. All right, next is the approval of city council minutes from July 12th workshop and August 16th. Any corrections, deletions, additions? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next up is our citizens participation period.
And we have 12 people signed up to speak. 12.
Well, let's have a couple minutes.
All right, the time is 2 minutes. Anthony Bryant.
We want to make sure people are, before they tell council that they're going to leave, when people are speaking, they might want to excuse under Robert rules. If people are taking their time to come to meetings, they should be respected when they speak. 3 public comments was submitted to council. The summary would fall under council mission and public safety regional partnership for Ways and Means agenda items 11, 15, and 4 and 5. 2020 redistricting plan. On September 1st, 2020, Honorable Joe Dawson, a third federal judge, former Charleston County attorney, issued an order, paraphrase, IFP statutes provide Congress the safeguard against the public against abuse of the IFP privilege by evil-minded persons. However, 2018 order by Judge Seymour, all allegations, this complaint is nonsensical and incoherent. Validating my concerns, my speech was deemed unpopular under federal rule. Prophesied that this kind of speech is not only regrettable and dangerous, it is also indictable and punishable as a crime. FCC 230. On April 28, 2022, Brian C. Jones at Slab Investigative Services expressed only criminal misconduct complaints can only be received by the solicitor, attorney general, law enforcement of jurisdiction of 13 sheriffs of South Carolina, violated federal and state law. Why would I, as a Black man, want to even send them a complaint? Okay. Until 2008, I was deemed Violence Against Women Act in 1994 under Joe Biden, and my tenure in the BZA during the passage of Homeland Security Act 2002. Well, these 2 sections have sex with the death penalty. Okay. So I've been actively involved in public life since 1991 in the postal career, 91, 94, 2002. I ain't no lightweight in this. Somebody don't like me personally, I'm gonna speak my mind no matter what. I had a brother, I know for a fact, my brother in Charleston County School District, I know for a fact, 2012, something happened to my brother in that school. For a fact, I know that. Based on this speech, based on Joe Dawson III, his position.
Muhammad Idris.
Evening. Peace of God be upon all of us. Last city council meeting, we had a wonderful time. The bishop, the bishop was introduced to us. And he said there were 12 councilmen and the mayor make 13. It's like the tribe of Israel. Today is the 13th. Beautiful, beautiful. Represent government. I have a poster here, and there are 13 letters in that new world order. And if you look at old world order, it'll be the same thing. Racism is dead and buried. We are not suffering from racism. We are suffering from corruption, envy, jealousy, greed, and ignorance. That's what took place in Emmanuel Church was total ignorance. That young man's parent locked him up, and they were white. They locked him up. They turned him in. He ran to them, and they said he was crazy. So everything that happened to a black and white, we call it racism. But if a black man do it to us, we don't say that. I know racism is dead. Anytime a black man like me and Mr. Bryan can come in here and speak to white folks on Broad Street like we speak, and after I get through speaking to you all, I take sick and go into the mayor office and urinate on the desk, and white folks come in there and wipe my private off and take me to the hospital. I know racism is dead. Thank you. May God bless all of you.
John Slogar.
Good evening. My name is John Zalogar. I'm with the Johns Island Task Force. And I want to speak to you about the redistricting that you're going to hear a little bit about later on. From a perspective of the overall city, alternatives 1A and 1B are preferred over the draft proposal since they do a much better job of keeping communities together. These alternatives could be considered the gold standard of how to form voting districts. From the perspective of Johns Island, alternatives 1A and 1B keep all of the city portion of Johns Island in a single district. This both keeps our community together. It presents the real opportunity for our city council person to actually live on Johns Island, something that has never happened before. Every day, that council person would experience our flooding issues, our traffic congestion, and our zoning concerns. When the time comes to vote on redistricting, I encourage you to vote for either alternative 1A or 1B. Thank you.
Edward Jones.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Council, I'd like to say thank you all for passing that in the Ways and Means Committee for the Emmanuel Memorial. Really appreciate that.
And Mr. Jones, can you speak closer to the microphone?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and again, hats off to y'all. I appreciate y'all did that. But I come in tonight, Mayor and Council, on a whole different turn. And you see me, you see kids, all right, all over the city. James Island, Johns Island, downtown, wherever you have to be. My problem is, now it become to be personal. We have playgrounds in our community that our babies should be able to go up on the park, play in the dirt, play in the mud, and have fun, all right? That ain't happening. If you look at the news, they're all over these other countries shooting up these schools. It's not happening in the schools here. It's happening on our playground. We had 3 kids so far this year under the age of 10 were shot in our community. When Raleigh Bunny and under Chief Mullen leadership, we had 1 kid on Elegant Street got shot and got paralyzed for the rest of his life. Now, we as a city, we can do all these great things. We cannot make it safe for our 10-year-old and under kids to go on a park, a safe havens to play. Man, I left downtown today and ride all the way. I went to James Island. They were down. I went to Tangle Out. I had to go all the way up to Ashley Foster Road just to get some pictures to prove a point to y'all. The night when the incident happened, Councilman Jubana out there, city policemen got into the pool to look at the video. Couldn't see the video. Why couldn't see the video? The trees, the way they got the camera set in the corner, the trees blocking it.
Time.
But again, I'm coming out strong-heartedly. I'm an advocate for young kids in the city of Charleston. And the bullet holes still in the trees ain't been cut yet, and I'm telling you. So the cameras we got up around
Time.
the area. Okay then. So when they come down the kids, we can put a limit when they come down to our kids. Serious.
Thank you, sir.
I don't get it.
April McGill.
Good evening. My name is April McGill. I'm a Charleston resident and an architect in the city. We are in need of a comprehensive reevaluation of the current BAR and preservation policies. I urge the city to adopt a people-centered preservation approach, preserving community, culture, and economic diversity first. I urge the city to pass a budget for a full-time affordable housing concierge position. We are in the midst of a catastrophic affordable housing gentrification and displacement crisis, and the current preservation policies are compounding these issues. As an architect, I see firsthand the ways in which residents are negatively affected. The process is often confusing, inefficient, and time-intensive, resulting in expensive professional fees or not attainable at all. My own client is being prevented from developing a small-scale affordable housing project north of Line Street in partnership with our own Department of Housing due to BAR policies. It is essential that these policies be re-examined and changed now. Thank you.
Peter Rubino.
Good evening. My name is Peter Rubino. I live on Johns Island within the city of Charleston. I'm here representing myself, but I also sit on the Johns Island Council, and I'm going to talk about redistricting. Having Johns Island residents represented by 3 different council members makes it difficult for our concerns and problems to be heard. When you have split responsibilities, like half on Johns Island, half on James Island or West Ashley, it makes it difficult to do justice to all of those areas. So far, our citizens have been successful in getting the number of districts reduced from 3 to 2 through our write-in campaign. 3 was the original proposal. To move to 1 district is what we're looking for. So we're looking for alternate 1A and 1B because that gets us where we need to be. It's very important to be a representative who lives on Johns Island. We'd like that council person to understand the issues, desires of the residents. Someone who has to deal with the growth, resulting traffic and safety issues that we see every day. We would also like to continue our rural lifestyle. We know there's growth and continued controlled growth. We have the Maybank Highway overlay, which we all understand. But we also have a lot of farms, family farms, and conservation areas there. So we're very concerned about those things. So that's one of the reasons why we'd like to see the urban growth boundary become a fixed line on the map for the city and the county by an ordinance. And having a council member that resides on Johns Island, we think will help us get that. Thank you for your consideration.
Melody Dover.
Good evening to you, Mayor, to the council people, to each of you in your respective places. My name is Melody Dover, and I am an elected president of the Red Top community. And our legal address is Johns Island. My concern today is the redistricting that I saw in the paper today that I have little to no knowledge on. So my purpose for being here is to hear, listen, and learn about the redistricting. This may or may not impact Red Top, but I can say that Red Top has not had any input in this thus far. So here to listen, learn, and take the information back. Thank you.
We'll move on to our online speakers, and I think we may have some speakers here in person. And if you're online, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Tony Daniel.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Earlier, I heard somebody say they didn't know how cruel human beings could be. Well, I've been coming in front of you for 2 years. The law's on my side. There are trees in the middle of the road. It is not open road. Mr. Brady, you did a traffic survey. Traffic survey bore out exactly what I said was happening in the neighborhood. 5 times as much traffic on my road as the other parts of the road. 5 times as many speeders. Speeders of over 40 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone. On the other side of the neighborhood, nobody goes over 30. When I was in the military, one of the things that we suffered was sleep deprivation. That's a form of torture, and it's to get us prepared for combat. Special Forces School was only 4 months long. For 2 years, my father does not get any sleep. I hung blankets from his windows to try and get it quiet, but it doesn't help. He's getting tortured every day by traffic going by that does not belong there. It's illegal, it's immoral, and it's wrong. If you want to see bad human beings, follow the Freedom of Information Act, see what people are saying about you. They don't even know you, and they start talking trash about you. Right, Ross? Yes, sir. On the whole, I saw emails about me from a person that doesn't even know me because he's friends with somebody else in the neighborhood who doesn't know me either. I left when I was 19 years old. I moved back when my father had a stroke and saw for myself what was going on. And people say, well, didn't you see it when you came home? It's not there at Christmas. Christmas traffic in there. It's not there when you come home traditionally in the summertime. It's only when school is in session and traffic's cutting through the neighborhood. The entire neighborhood comes by my house. It is unfair. It is illegal and it is immoral. And it's time for you to do something about it. After 2 years, my father's had.
Time.
Thank you.
Marcus McDonald.
Marcus McDonald, substitute teacher, lead organizer of Charleston Black Lives Matter. I also want to speak on the shooting on August 27th at Martin Park. As Coach Jones said before, that's a place where kids go from all ages, all backgrounds can go, enjoy themselves. We've had Juneteenth events there, Easter events there, and it is a place where people are supposed to feel safe. However, in this recent shooting, there's no media coverage or political outrage that we've seen in different other places where there's more tourist attractions and different things like that. So we urge y'all to, also pay attention to these areas because our kids matter too. Our kids want to grow up and live healthy lives. And what we've seen before is over policing and over surveillance and party bans. They're not the solution to these problems. They have not and will not solve these issues. Many of our youth are taking up jobs as soon as they can, minimum wage jobs, not like some of the jobs y'all got when you're in high school. Minimum wage today, $7 an hour to be able to support their families. And shortly you'll be receiving a list of demands from the community, including funds that go into youth resources and a youth club so we can have places where kids can play and have fun and enjoy themselves. So instead of penalizing them, we can provide for them. And as I said before, we need to prioritize people over money in this city. Additionally, I urge Charleston City Council to be fully transparent in providing information on the Peninsula Plan, redistricting, the union peer development, and the racial bias audit implementation review. These are important things to really move our city forward, and it's important that you actively communicate with the community on these important issues. In closing, I recommend you show Ms. Adrienne Swinton, the new manager of Heart, the utmost respect and support. We saw the last manager, you not treat her right, you not treat her with respect. And we saw almost a week ago from last year where y'all saw them spitting on nurses and yelling at me. And I know I'm about to get cut off, but I urge y'all to, again, show support for these initiatives and be transparent. Thank you.
Sarah Darrington.
Hi, I'm Sarah Darrington, and I'm a resident of Wagner Terrace. I'm here to speak about the BAR purview on replacing your windows. So I purchased the house. Yeah, I purchased the house in 2020, and I asked the windows, most of them were wood, and then some of them were metal, and they were pretty much rotten. So I asked to replace the windows with like windows. I was denied that, and so I was told to restore the windows. So of course I looked into restoring them. It was an astronomical amount of money. So I ended up doing it myself, but I'm here to tell you about the cost of actually doing the restoration yourself. I mean, you know, I would have had to pay somebody roughly $4,000 a window to restore it. Also, there are not a lot of restorationists here in Charleston. There were two, one was actually there's one here and there's one in Greenville. And of course, they were months out. So, you know, when I bought the house, I wasn't aware that I wasn't going to be able to replace the windows with like materials, which I gladly would have done. So I fully support Councilman Saccharin and his proposals to, you know, allow the BAR the permission to tell you which windows you can actually buy and replace in your house. Because the restoration process is just absolutely it's difficult, very difficult. Thank you.
Jerome Harris.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I appreciate your action on the Emmanuel Monument activity. I also want to note that this evening you took an action on the Moshe Festival, which is supposed to begin this month, actually at the end of the month. There's been limited to no communication. Unfortunately, because the last 2 years, because of COVID, it has not been a public event. This event is designed to bring the people of Charleston together. So we need to have a lot of information out. I know that Scott will be working to do that, but I'm asking you as council members to make an extra special effort to make sure that people know about it. Another item, things that's been on my mind, and Mr. Jones's comment brings this up. The city council at this meeting has a citizen participation component. Your standing committees do not. So some of the issues that are being raised by the community and policing, recreation and the like are things that could get to you and that could be discussed if you allow some public comment. So I am suggesting a public participation, perhaps not at every meeting. My notice is that you take great pride and you guys work hard. I mean, you got a lot of information and I'm not criticizing you for not working hard, all right? But you're not working, in my opinion, to get as much information and advice as you can get to bring things. It's not only from the wonderful staff, the mayor, your concepts, but also the things that the community is concerned with. So I urge you to consider incorporating into your committee, standing committee meetings, opportunities for citizen participation. Thank you.
Robert Holt. And Mr. Holt, if you're online, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Robert Holt. All right, we will move on to our online comments. Those were all the speakers that we had. One person said that council was not concerned for the safety of school children at Harborview School, as the left turn into traffic twice a day every school day was unsafe. They said the roads around their father's house were illegally closed 50 years ago. The closed roads presented a clear danger to the school children. One person discussed Judge Dawson and complained that residents were being priced out of the community because of rent increases and increases by Dominion Energy and the Public Service Commission. One person recommended council examine the BAR policies and how the guidelines unfairly impacted members of the community. African-American families who had lived on the peninsula for generations were being pushed off due to archaic requirements, which were financially insurmountable and which valued buildings over people. One person also called for reevaluating the BAR preservation policies. They said it was widely known that Charleston had an affordable housing and gentrification crisis, which adversely affected African-American and low-income residents. The current policies made it harder for under-resourced residents to maintain and renovate properties. The city should make affordable units a requirement for all new development with astronomical fines and fees for non-compliance, and hotels should be taxed more aggressively to fund more affordable housing. Public transit, green spaces, after school and summer recreation options should also be enhanced. And those are all the comments we received.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody who participated and shared with us this evening. We appreciate it. All right, next is our participations and communications. We have 3 folks up for appointment of code enforcement officers, and I see Councilmember Mitchell wants to be recognized.
Yes, I would like to ask somebody from Recreation to take a look at the camera that's located on Martin Park. I know when Martin Park was renovated, they moved the cameras and then they have all this equipment there that they had to move the cameras and the cameras are not really positioned that it could see over those trees, if you may. So see if something can be done, if even the trees can be trimmed. What I don't know if it can be done or not, if the trees can be trimmed off, you have to move the camera somewhere else that you can be able to see over to the street, which is Jackson Street there, because the park comes over that area. So you can see the Jackson Street and over to Lee Street and the park itself. So I want someone to do that as soon
All
as
right.
possible.
Yes, sir.
Get back with me and let me know what transpired.
We will be happy to check. I see our Parks Director back there waving his hand that he will take care of that. All right. So then back to the appointment of code enforcement officers for stormwater management. Do I hear a motion to approve those? Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, we have a redistricting update. Tracy McKee, who's worked, I think, tirelessly on this redistricting effort for the last year or more, and had worked on it 2 redistricting times before. So she really knows his business. But Tracy, if you'd give us an update, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. 3rd time's a charm, right? So I just want to start off by thanking all of you for your for being engaged in the process and your feedback. Your participation, I think, has helped staff come to you with some what I think are the best or close to the best plans based off of your priorities for redistricting as a whole. Also the GIS team for the endless number of scenarios and hours of doing some brainstorming analysis with looking at the data. So thanks to Robert and Sandy for all their work. And of course, the legal team for all their help, and then stakeholder groups and citizens. So we really appreciate all the feedback that we've gotten from everybody to come forth with some really, I think, good plans. Or like I've told you all from the very beginning, the plans that you're going to hate the least. So tonight is really just informational only. No formal action. I'll provide some background information. You all have heard this, so really kind of making sure that the public knows everything that we've done as well. And then kind of some of the options that we've been looking at. And then hopefully some takeaways tonight is maybe get some guidance from y'all on how we can bring a plan or plans forth for public hearing so that we can get a new plan adopted as quickly as possible. So just a reminder, why are we here? Why do we do this? It's a requirement for us to rebalance the population. And that's about equal representation, right? So ensuring that it's one person, one vote. So again, guiding principles, rebalancing the population, contiguity, those are the absolute musts, right? Those take priority over everything else. And then we have, not necessarily in this order, but some other guiding principles, right? Compactness, constituent consistency. What does that mean? How do we minimize change, right? So about minimizing change. And then communities of interest. So a lot of numbers here, but this is where we started from. So once the census released the data, we generated some baseline data. So we took that data, applied it to the districts as they are today, to see how many people currently live in those districts and where the rebalancing, where the shifting needed to happen. So kind of some particular interest in very small numbers for y'all down at the bottom. From 2010 to 2020, there was a 25% increase in the city's population. That is significant. And also down there that I've highlighted, if we look at the total Black population in the city, not only we saw an increase of 25%, but we saw a decrease in the total number of Black residents, at least those that identify as being one single race and Black in the city. So that was also a significant factor in our redistricting. Sure.
Yeah.
You have a question?
I thought we also were trying to get it in minority influence districts as possible.
Huh?
Absolutely, yeah. So, I mean, you know, in,
I know that's not
yes.
statutory required, but I thought
Oh, we're gonna do something. I said we're gonna get this, get the one for the bass.
Thank you. Yes, no, you're absolutely right. And so this is the first time, at least, that I've been involved in redistricting where we haven't had to get pre-clearance from the Justice Department that does look at that fairness, if you will, in our redistricting plans. And so I would like to think that we've taken as much care, if not more care, to make sure that we are adhering to the guidance that we would have received from the U.S. Justice Department. So just to kind of walk everybody through the timeline that we've been through, you all might remember back in August, you decided to go ahead with the elections under the current districts because it was really unclear on when we were going to get the census data. At the end of September, the census released that data, which is how we just created that baseline chart that you saw in the last slide. And we really didn't do too much on redistricting until the end of January because we had a special election for District 1. So we didn't want to muddy the waters and cause confusion with voters by starting the redistricting process. In June, we had a public webinar to walk all of those who were interested in the process and how we kind of came up with our original draft and all the work that we had done up to that point. That is still available on YouTube for anyone who would like to watch that webinar again. In July, we released a draft plan. We did share that publicly and received some feedback. And then we worked to actually implement the feedback that we received from the public into a revised version of that plan. So we did that in August, and we also at that point released 2 additional scenarios, and we're going to look at briefly at those tonight. And then, of course, we opened up public comment again on those 2 alternative scenarios as well. And you guys received a copy of all that feedback, close to 100 comments received on those alternatives. So obviously this is at a scale. We're not going to dive into the details. I think you all are familiar with these plans. And for the public who hasn't had a chance to really dig into these options, there is an interactive map link on the city's website under redistricting. So you can go and dig in and look at these maps in great detail. This first one, this is the original draft with the public comments actually integrated. So I'm happy to come back to this if you guys want to dig into some of the details, but I think you all are pretty familiar with this at this point. And so here's just the big scary table with all the numbers that go along with that first original draft with the public comments baked in. And then the indicators in orange are kind of those majority minority districts, as well as those that are minority influenced districts. And we really for these particular charts, I used 25% as kind of the guidance there, but I'll show you another slide that digs in just a little bit deeper. And then came the alternatives 1A and 1B. And so you all are very familiar with this as well, but you can see here, you might notice on the peninsula, now there's a district with a 3-6 on it. And then there's a district on Johns Island with a portion of James Island with also the 3-6. So essentially these alternatives move one of the districts on the peninsula out to the Johns Island, James Island area. And again, big scary chart with a lot of numbers, but hopefully the orange kind of helps you identify those districts that are majority minority or districts of influence as well. So try to come up with a summary that might help give you kind of an apples to apples comparison between these 2 scenarios, if you will. I know there's 3 plans, but it's really 2 scenarios. So when we talk about the original draft, I think generally it prioritizes constituent consistency or minimizes change, right? So it minimizes change to the number of citizens that are impacted in their representation. The alternatives, I would say, prioritize compactness and communities of interest. And so you can see I kind of broke it down by percentage of citizens impacted by each of these versions. And then, of course, as you all know, council members impacted with the original draft 0, but we likely have 1 to 2 that would be impacted by the alternatives. And then majority minority districts, both of those have 2. And then when we look at the districts of minority influence, I kind of broke those down into greater than 20%, greater than 25%, and greater than 30%. And those numbers do include those majority minority districts too. So you can see there is a little bit of variation in how that shakes out for each of those plans. So just kind of some observations. Obviously, the original draft, you guys could choose to move forward and adopt that, and that could be implemented immediately. I think with the alternatives, there's probably going to be some discussion about how those went, the timing of those being implemented, whether there would be a special election or if you would hold off until the 2023 election. And I think Isaac from the County Board of Elections may be on the Zoom to help answer any questions that you all might have regarding that. And so really, I just want to open it up to any questions and discussion that you all might have.
Yeah, I think you said there were 2 alternatives. Special election or 2023.
That's right.
Okay. 2023. I would think assumes that then 6 would go to Johns Island when you said that way.
I don't think, I think you all could select either alternative.
No,
Oh.
I'm just going based upon even odd election times. There is an election in 23.
Yeah.
Okay, that's for odd. So when you said that, it sort of raised in.
I simply meant that it based off of, I think what doesn't matter, the number that moves, the special election would be an option for y'all if regardless of the number, because no one lives there. So if you chose to adopt one of those versions and wanted them to go effective as soon as possible and have a special election, no one lives, whatever number that is, no one lives there. So there would have to be a special election for that district. Yes. Yes.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Councilmember, can you speak into your mic?
I'm understanding you correctly. I understand that Johns Island would need representation. I'm still trying to figure out if I'm understanding you correctly, regardless of whether or not it's 6 or 3, there would be an election in 23 for the peninsula.
Well, if there'll be an election in 2023, there would be an election for District 3 because it is up for re-election. That's right.
And that's where I'm going with
yes.
this.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of using it that way, it appears as though 6 is going to Johns Island.
No, I think, I'm just trying to lay out the options that would be before you. I'm not suggesting there's any right or wrong way to go. It's just the options. Yeah.
So if I'm sorry, and I'm just trying to understand.
Sure. It's complicated and a little messy for sure.
I'll continue to listen to you. Go on, finish.
This is y'all's opportunity to answer some questions. And if I wasn't clear, maybe somebody else can say it differently.
Could I see a couple of folks who recognize, but just to follow up, assuming that we did not have a special election, but just maintain a regular election next November, could you explain the difference between 1A and 1B?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll do my best.
With that assumption.
Yes, so we would wait, there's no special election in the mix. We would wait till the 2023 election. So if 3 is the number that moves out to James Island, right? That district is up for re-election in the next cycle anyway. So that's fairly straightforward, except for Councilmember Saccharin, who's currently the representative, would not have an opportunity to run in that district or a district, because then he would live in an even number district. So if 6 was the number, there would be a special election as part of the regular election for District 6. And then both the council members that would reside in 3 remaining on the peninsula would have the opportunity to run for that district.
Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. That seemed the crux of the thing. I saw Councilmember Shealy and Greg and then Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Shirley?
I think you answered this, Tracy, but my understanding, if 6 goes to Johns Island, that cannot wait till 2025. There would have to be an election before the 2025 that it would regularly come up on.
That's right. When you all decide to make the districts effective, there would have to be an election for that district because no one resides in that district.
But it would be, I guess, silly for us to make it effective 2025. We probably couldn't do that, I would assume.
You'd have to wait to make all districts effective till 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Greg? Okay. Councilmember Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you put the maps for 1A and 1B up again, please? And then I'm going to say this, Tracy, and I know you have done so much work. I don't know how you do this, but I do want to say this for Johns Island as a council member that represents James Island. And we have 3 council members, because I know there are folks here from Johns Island. I can say, being a new member here, James Island is represented by 3 council members here. I understand the single member district, and I certainly, being one, the one that lives on James Island, I understand that. When you live there, you wake up thinking about it, right? That's a Ross Appel quote. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there. I know that we have some Johns Island folks here. Councilmember Brady, I think you've done a great job at representing Johns Island. But I certainly have learned the benefit of having multiple council members on an island. It is beneficial for my learning. It is beneficial for the residents of our island. But I just wanted to put that out there, just for the folks that are here in attendance. And I have seen so many drafts of plans, and I know that there were drafts out there like that. And so I don't want to throw a wrench into this, if we're getting close to where people agree on everything. But I just wanted to put that out there, that having more than one council member on an island isn't a bad thing.
Understood. Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Waring, then Shade.
I actually want to thank Councilmember Parker for what she said. No, the reason I say that, the quiet secret on council is there's a song. I mean, you got to have gray hair to remember it, but the name of the song was "One is the Loneliest Number." And if you're the only person representing the area, you have to go out and get 6 more votes to get something passed. It's just the math of operating in a political body. I understand, believe me, there were times, West Ashley, when we were extremely underrepresented. Almost every district was on the peninsula, big population, West Ashley. I'm sure we can get back some quotes from Larry Shirley from the day when he would always make mention about having. Goes to Larry Shirley, it's still in haunts the chamber. But the fact of getting politically, it would be great if Johns Island had three representatives. The truthful part about it, one voice, that's the preponderance to go. I would vote for that as well. But politically, that would be one person representing a huge community having to go out and garner to get appropriations 6 other votes. And that's the reality of it. Now, nobody would want to say that in a microphone, but I guess somebody like Council Lady Parker and me. No, I'm just playing jest with that. But that is the reality in trying to get money to widen the northern pitchfork and the southern pitchfork, and to get the drainage for, what's the subdivision start with a B, Councilman Bray? Barberry Woods. To come in here with 1 vote and having to get 6 other ones when there's limited resources. The reality is 3 is better than 1, but I certainly understand wanting to have a person that lives there. And I don't think, if it were 3, I don't think that takes the opportunity from a representative from Johns Island winning the potential seat. But anyway, that's nothing to be glossed over when you think about 1 voice on Johns Island versus 2 or 3 voices coming into a political body of 13. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Shade.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Tracy, I just want to start off my comments by telling you, thank you, you and your staff. I think all of us have been in these small group meetings with you and the other staff members, and you've navigated these maps and like watching a joystick as you make adjustments upon demand, almost, as to figuring out if we add this street, or we take this street out, or we add this neighborhood, or take this neighborhood out. You've answered our questions with that. But quite frankly, I just have to say that, and this is not criticism to anybody, and I don't want you to take this as criticism by any stretch of imagination. But I've been dismayed by the whole process, quite frankly. I'll just tell you that honestly. We've had this information for a year on this breakdown. And if you would bring up that slide, Tracy, that has the city council representatives by area, that shows the population and our breakdown.
The baseline data?
No, the next sheet after that, I think. Or maybe it's not up there.
So there's a sheet in there that,
It has a current population in there and the number of representatives in there.
oh. It might be a sheet you have that I don't have in the,
You don't have that
slide.
sheet?
I don't have that
Okay, all right.
in the deck. I apologize.
That's okay. So what has happened with this process is that Tracy's using her, I guess, factors or guiding principles, whatever, has come up with scenarios, and she's made adjustments to our current districts to accommodate the factors that need to be taken into consideration, including trying to maintain at least 2 minority-based districts. And this has been very difficult to do that, and to make sure that we have the right percentage of representation per district, which causes this shift in our district lines. One of the scenarios even had District 9 incorporating parts of Daniel Island. Yes, again. And one of the things that you brought up, or someone brought up, is that whatever change we make, whatever plan we use, is going to have either a 30% variation of people being represented by somebody different, or 39%, which is a high number of folks coming into this thing. What has not happened, and is that we have not been transparent with this. I'll just be very frank with everybody. We've sat down and met with you. You presented a plan that that was decided, and we didn't vote on it. Nobody at council voted on this to decide which plans got released to the public. I mean, that's just how it happened. It got released. And I'm not saying this in a critical fashion. I'm just thinking that it probably just needs to be aware as we go through these various scenarios, and you can come up probably with 1,000 different scenarios if you want to be creative in doing that. But the problem is that where we are now, and the 2 plans, 1A and 1B, is going to create either Councilman Massacre being booted off the island, essentially, and he's going to be a man without a district at some point, or we're going to create a scenario in which Councilmember Dudley Gregory and Jason Saccharin run against one another at some point. We haven't had a workshop in which the public has the benefit of sitting with us and hearing our collective concerns with this. We have met in small groups to avoid a quorum being present. We've been very careful with that. And a variety of us have expressed our concerns, our preferences, whatever. I just think that we should have, at the very least, given the public, and we're gonna have a public, I know, a public comment period with this at some point. But what really needs to transpire is, I think, and that y'all hate this, I know y'all hate me saying this, but I'll say it anyhow. We need to have a workshop on this, where we sit here collectively, and we express our opinions, our concerns, our disagreements, and let the public hear us publicly state what our concerns are. We have not done that. We have yet to do that publicly. And that sounds like a real taxing on our time and our energies in doing that. But these are not our seats. We don't own these seats. These are the public seats, and the public need to have a full opportunity publicly to hear what we have about our concerns, and for us to hear back from them their concerns about that. We've had 100 comments. I saw one slide, 153 comments. We have a population of 150,000 folks. Our population is going to pull up a screen. Our population is going to double. I got this from the planning department by the year 2020. Not double. Our population is going to go from 150,000 to almost 200,000 in the year 2035. And in the year 2030, it'll be at close to 182,000 folks. We'll be doing this exercise again somehow with that in mind. So what I would ask respectfully, and y'all may vote me down and run me out on a rail I'm making this comment, but respectfully, what we really need to do before we release any more plans, but bring the public in here, let them see the possibilities, let them watch you navigate this process so that they hear from us what our concerns are, and we hear from them directly, collectively, what their concerns are. So we know what we're doing, because we are going to displace potentially 1 or 2 council members. We're going to shift 30 to 39%, depending on what plan is eventually adopted, folks who are being currently represented by other folks. And I don't know if the folks are still here from Johns Island, if there should be 1 or 2 or 3 representatives. Y'all have been grossly underrepresented in the past 10 years, grossly underrepresented in the past 10 years. That's just by the growth that has happened over time. So I would ask that we consider this. Tracy's very good at manipulating these maps. She can do that almost on demand. But I think we just need to have this air of transparency more clearly defined for our citizens in doing that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Mitchell.
Mr. Mayor and council member, I don't want to wear Tracy out. Tracy is doing a marvelous job, but I want to wear her out with all this work here. This is a lot. This is my 3rd redistricting. I think I've been here the longest with 3 redistricting. This is the 3rd one that I'm involved in. And I was mentioning this years ago, that everything on this peninsula, everything in redistricting is going to start moving westward. And the problem is that with the redistricting, there's a lot of people in the residents did not do the census blank. It's not that the people are not there. They did not fill out census blank. And I can tell you about hundreds of people that fill out census blank, even the district I represent and around the area, because they didn't have people going out doing census anymore like they did it the last time. They had people have to go online, fill it out, and send it back in. Some people didn't do that. A lot of them didn't do it. So, but we had to deal with the numbers that they sent us back. And that's what they said, 150,000. You know there's more than 150,000 people right here in the city of Charleston as it is now. You can look at District 4, what I represent, with all the developments happening in District 4 already. I know there are more than 10,000 or 12,000 people there already. And within the next 2 or 3 years, it's booming in District 4. So I'm going to be way over any 12,000 people there, 12,500. And I know that, but we have to deal with what they send us. And that's what Tracy is doing with the numbers that is sent to us to make sure each district have this certain amount of numbers. But I know everything was going to be shifted westward. And I was in Daniels Island in 1998. But how many houses was there in 1988? Right, you know, and so the Justice Department took me out of Daniels Island and sent me to Mazik Ragsborough. And that's why that happened. But now we don't have a Justice Department anymore involved in these situations because they would jump in here and they'd do some other things. So we voted on council just to say, okay, although the Justice Department is not involved, we're going to act like the Justice Department is involved. We did that right here in council. We voted on that right here. That's in the minutes. So this is why we're trying to keep things going and try to keep as many minority districts as we possibly can. Because otherwise, it wouldn't be one person who looked like me here on this council. And that'd be a shame. It will be a shame. So this is why Tracy is doing the best we can doing this. But I told Tracy, and I know Tracy is doing a marvelous job. Since I was in council, even with the redistricting, I have never seen an odd district and an even district merge together. The district I represent was merged with District 2. District 2 was on the east side. District 4 was there. We separated Nassau Street. And that's what former Councilman Campbell was here. Our district was merged together. They created the District 2 West Ashley. And they made all of that District 4 on the peninsula. I bowed out. I said, I'm not running because I'm not playing that game. I'm not running against another African-American. I don't do that. That's just me. That's the way I think. So Quadro Campbell ran and he was elected. And then things happened and people in the community called and asked me to run back. And I came back on council in 2006. That's what happened. So that's my only dilemma, having an odd district and an even district merged together. I have never seen that happen since I've been here. And it's close to 20 years.
Yes.
District 5, District 3 and 5 was Councilman Lewis and Councilman Gallant. They merged those two districts together. And it was two odd numbers. It always was two odd numbers.
Who was council member 5?
3 and 5.
Who was in 5?
Jimmy Gallant.
Oh,
Councilman
Gallant.
Gallant. Yeah. It was always two odd numbers, two even numbers merged together. And they'll take one and shift it somewhere West Ashley. Because the growth was going over to West Ashley. So it was always taking one up the peninsula and sending it to West Ashley. And that's when District 5 was created, West Ashley, because District 5 was on the peninsula. So that's what's happening. But that's why I was saying when this happened and when they put an odd number and even number together, I said, wait a minute, I have never seen that happen before. That's just the first time I ever seen that in all these years. So that kind of bothered me a little bit. But, you know, I'm not a professional with that, just that I was here seeing those things done.
Councilmember Gregory.
Looked at the charts to me that was most intriguing was the impact charts. Because when you look at 1B and 1A, okay, you're talking about a Black district against a white district. 6 is 80-something% white with 17% minority population. 3 is 40% African-American, and correct me if I'm wrong, okay? I think it's 40% African-American, and the rest is white. So when you look at the impact, okay, if we went with, and I'm not pushing either, just making sure that we're all on the same page. If we, let's say we did 3, okay, that would impact 8,000 whites. 8,000 whites, okay? If we were to go with 1B, it affects 4,000 something whites. However, the number of minorities affected would increase because 3 is a minority district. The difference between the impact of 3 and 6 in terms of 3 having more minority impact is about 1,000. Okay. So if you start looking at that map, that chart, and not just in my district and the 2 districts in question, all of them, okay, look at the impact. Okay. One of those creates a more balanced racial district than the other. It's all on the chart, if you look at the chart. So again, I say, as we get into what the kinds of discussions you're talking about, and I think these are the kinds of discussions we need to really have, okay, that have not been had. Because I don't know whether or not it's a good idea for 3 and 6 to be the one. Why can't it be some West Ashley? That's where all the problems and issues are. Why can't we merge some of those and leave us alone? I'm sorry, not problems, but that's where all the growth is. Okay, that's where the growth is. Deal with some of those West Ashley, leave us alone on the peninsula. I mean, we've grown too, but in all seriousness, okay, I really think we need to sit down and discuss all this. Because when you look at these numbers, they really tell you a story that I think we all need to know before we make a decision. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Appel.
All right, I have a few comments on this issue. And I'll first start off where Councilman Gregory left off, which is the story that these numbers tell. And from my perspective, it's a very sad story. The census data from 2020, and when you track it from 2010 to 2000, what you see in a nutshell, and this is the Cliff Notes version, is you have a hollowing out of the population on the peninsula, especially a hollowing out of the African-American population on the peninsula. Meanwhile, you have massive suburban sprawl out into the hinterlands. That is the dynamic that is causing the stretching effect with these maps. And if you look at the maps today, as they're currently configured, there's a whole lot of stretching going on already. And so I agree with a lot that has been said so far tonight. There's been a tremendous amount of work that's been done. Tracy has done a tremendous job in, I think we've had calls, emails, in-person meetings, Zooms. The only thing we haven't done is like send carrier pigeons to each other on this. We've had a lot of communications, a lot of discussions. You know, the thing that sort of I don't want to say upset me, but troubled me is, you know, District 11, the district I represent. The shorthand version for District 11 is I represent the oldest neighborhoods in West Ashley and James Island. The original version of the map that ultimately became the first map that went out to the public had the old neighborhoods in West Ashley that comprised the Ashley Bridge district. So you're talking South Windermere, Old Windermere, the Crescent, Wapu Heights, Burns Down, South Windermere, things of that nature, drawn into about half or more of Johns Island. And from my perspective, when you have the Johns Island Airport in the same district as the South Windermere Shopping Center, you have gone awry. So you have missed a turn somewhere back, and to arrive at that place. And I think I may have joked to Amy or Tracy at one point that I'm glad there's an airport in my district because I might need a helicopter to get from one side of it to another. But, you know, for me, it comes down to this. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a decision to be made over competing objectives and priorities. That first slide that Tracy showed identified the priorities. I think that, from my perspective, the first map that ultimately went public was a very incumbent, driven map. It was a map that valued over other values. How do we keep current city council members in their respective districts, right? That's one way you can go about doing it. The other way to go about doing it, which I think is representative of the new alternatives that have come out, is let's follow the numbers. Let's follow the facts on the ground. The facts are that the peninsula has continued to lose population. The facts are the peninsula has continued to lose African-American population. Meanwhile, Johns Island has exploded. Meanwhile, Cainhoy is exploded. Outer West Ashley has exploded as well. So if you follow the numbers and you follow the facts, you reach a conclusion that the peninsula is currently overrepresented. It has too many seats on it. And it's sad that that's the case. I wish we lived in a world where the peninsula had the most seats, because if that was the case, it would mean that we're growing, we're doing infill, we're doing all of the types of modern land use policies, and you're not doing suburban sprawl and all that other kind of stuff. But that's not the reality of it. So these are not our seats. A wise man once told me, sits on council with us, Keith Waring, these are not our seats. And at the end of the day, it's really not about us individually. It's what's doing what's best for the people of Charleston, the vast majority of which don't come to these meetings. They don't tune into YouTube webinars. They don't follow this stuff closely along. And what may be the best for individual council members relative to where they live and drawing districts that keep them in their seats and things of that nature, that's not always, if we can do that in a way that is in the best interest of everybody in the city, great. But when that process reaches a point where you've got South Windermere in the same district as the Johns Island Airport, you have run astray. The first map that came out, I invite people to take a look at it. There is no logic to those maps other than incumbency protection, because you just wouldn't take, a jigsaw puzzle on the west side, snake one of the districts onto James Island, snake the other one onto West Ashley, unless you're trying to preordained reach districts that you're sort of looking for people as opposed to people in communities of interest being properly represented. If the number of council seats in a particular landmass was determinative of representation, West Ashley should be receiving hundreds of more millions of dollars in funding. And that's not what happens. And I agree, yes, if you drew Johns Island down the middle and had two Johns Island seats there, yes, that would cause Johns Island to punch with a bigger punch. But if you have one district where you've got the core of the Ashley Bridge district anchored and then drawn, snaked onto Johns Island, and then you've got Carolina Bay and other areas snaked onto Johns Island, what you're going to have is Johns Island being most likely an afterthought of two districts. And there's current examples of that right now. And I'll throw myself out there before I throw criticism on any of my colleagues. There are parts of my district that don't get the same type of thought that I put on other parts of the district. And what I mean by that is we know our immediate surrounding communities better than anywhere else. We live there, we walk there, we drive there, we play there, we go to work there. And if y'all haven't noticed, we don't have staff other than Councilman Gregory. I think he's got staff. I gotta figure out how that works. I think I gotta show somebody the money. My wife turned down the job. It is harder for us to be good council members to our constituents the further the districts stretch. It's harder to do the job. So the alternatives that have come out, one of the benefits of them are that there's tighter, more compact districts where people that represent those districts will be closer to the ground. They'll be more responsive to the needs and concerns of folks. Because at the end of the day, we certainly perform a legislative role in this job. but we're also sort of like the ombudsman for the city of Charleston. Your trash isn't getting picked up. You know, this slide in my playground needs replacing. I don't know about y'all, but this is a lot of what I do. And we can be better at our jobs the more tighter and the more compact our districts are. I hate the fact that the district version that I think does the best for the city of Charleston, and certainly District 11, comes at the cost of either drawing District 3 or District 6 onto James Island and disrupts these dynamics here. I think that's awful. And maybe there is a way we can continue to do more work at this where we balance and eliminate that sort of trade-off. But at the end of the day, there has to be trade-offs here, given the fact that we have to follow the data, we have to follow the numbers, we have to follow the facts on the ground. And I agree with Councilman Shade. I think we do need to air this out more publicly. I will tell you, I was resigned to the fact that that original map came out. I wasn't in love with it. We made some positive changes to it. I still thought it was sort of not ideal, but I was prepared to live with it, and it was just going to be what it is. But once these new alternatives came out, I felt the need to explain to my constituents the differences between the districts, the costs and benefits to the neighborhoods I represent for going in that direction. And I can tell you the response from my part of West Ashley, from Johns Island, has been overwhelmingly supportive of one of those alternatives. And I think that there's been more public feedback in response to my Facebook posts and my engagement to the neighborhood associations than there has been publicly through all of our public outreach process. Okay, so that is a data point to suggest, as Councilman Shade mentioned, and some others have said, there's a lot more work we can do to get out to the public and get more information and more perspectives at play here. So, this is an important job. I commend everybody that's participated in this so far, but I still think we got some work to do. Thank you.
Councilmember, very good timing. You were right under your limit. Councilmember Saccharin, then Brady, then I'll come back to those who have spoken before.
Thank you, Mayor. And, seeing as though 2 of the 3 plans affect me, I wasn't going to say anything tonight because I really wanted to listen, but I just want to say a couple things. Tracy has done an awesome job, has been available for me, answering questions. I may not have liked the answers, but she's been absolutely available. To Councilman Shade's point, I think we could do a bit more outreach, and I think a workshop would be very helpful to see if we can get to a place where we're not kicking someone off the island. But I do want to say a couple things about that. There has been growth westward. We have to acknowledge it and base decisions in this city on data, and the data is clear. We are losing population on the peninsula, and it's moving westward. Johns Island, deep in West Ashley. I don't want that data to be there, but that's the data that is presented to us, and we should make decisions based on that data. I also want to tell my colleagues, I don't want us basing decisions on me personally. If the scenario is best, and it's 1A or 1B, and it's best for our city, and it's best for our citizens, I'm going to respect that decision. I'm just a placeholder in this seat. I was elected by folks, and if they want me to keep me here, they will keep me here. If they don't, they won't. I guess the last piece is I want this redistricting process not to be an errands of the grievances, pitting West Ashley against downtown, peninsula. We don't need to go there. I think what we do need to do is have a workshop, think about all the alternatives, and if at the end of that, it's back to alternative 1A and 1B, and so be it. Let's vote on it and let's move on. I just want to tell my colleagues, it's not personal. I had this conversation with Councilman Appel. This is not personal. This is the business we've signed up to do. And if it happens, I'm out of a job, then I'm out of a job. My only issue is to Councilman Mitchell's point, it will set a precedent where you're combining even and odd districts. It will not give me the opportunity to run. That's my only issue with this, is I was elected by my constituents in a very hard fought race against a wonderful, respected council member. So I know I've got support from my constituents. My issue is I won't have that opportunity to do that. And I don't want to run against Councilman Gregory. I don't think we should be doing that. I guess the last piece is I just don't want us to set precedent. I think we could rethink the process. If we got to take a step back, let's do that. But again, this seat, I'm just keeping the seat warm for the next female or male that comes here. So I want to do what's best for the city and what's best for our future. And the data shows that the future growth is happening into the suburbs. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brady.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Tracy. I know we've obviously chatted because the numbers are the numbers. As you can see up there, my district had to lose 12,727, which is literally more than we're trying to make a district. So Johns Island, I think in one of the other charts had about 11,828, something like that. So it was just under the kind of 12.5 threshold. So literally we could just take Johns Island completely out of my district and I still have to lose people to get down to the number that we're looking at so that we're within kind of the confidence interval on plus or minus 5%. So all that being said, and I hear the representation, but I've always kind of gone with you have to name a thing sometimes. And the reason that when you look at the constituent consistency, that's the way of saying keep the council member in reality. And the reason that Johns Island would get split up is because no one is currently living on Johns Island. I mean, we just need to name that that's what's going on. So if I have to lose that much population and we're dividing it up because no one currently lives there, right? It's one of the reasons that the alternative scenarios kind of came out because I think, I've done my level best to fight for the folks on Johns Island, and my gym's on Johns Island. I go down there all the time. I'm on the task force. But at the end of the day, if the Limehouse Bridge is closed, I'm not stuck trying to get off the island. Like that's not on me. I live near the bridge, but I don't have to go over it all the time. So when you hear people voice those complaints, it really is about what Councilmember Rappel said, where you're waking up with the area closest to you and thinking about that. I understand what Councilmember Waring is saying as well, that you have more people representing an area, and with the growth, especially with what we know is coming based on the mid-assessment, the housing units that are in the pipeline that can come, they'll probably will be in the future another representative on Johns Island, but we don't need to solve that now. We can give them the one voice that they've been seeking. And I had said after I got elected as well, that I would fight for letting them have their own voice on council, because splitting it up does dilute it to some regard. And I would just end by saying, I was a political science major. I'm kind of a nerd, right? I was a political science major. And when the United States is one of the only countries in the world that allows politicians to choose voters and not the other way around. And when redistricting has to happen, as an example, like in the United Kingdom, they have a nonpartisan commission that puts it together, and then it comes to the legislative body. And so the only thing I would say about the process would be, if we had a magic wand and could draw districts without looking at where the council members are and draw them where they make the most sense. Because my only complaint with 1A and 1B, and Councilmember Rappel and I have talked about this, I kind of become the Savannah Highway, West Ashley Greenway districts. And I know, just like Councilmember Rappel, I've gotten feedback that folks from the older neighborhoods don't feel that the concerns that they have with drainage ditches, some of the things that come with being an original neighborhood, or I should say built after the war kind of original neighborhood, aren't the same things that are facing Carolina Bay and Bolton's Landing. where you're concerned about maybe the drainage ponds overflow with a hurricane at some point. But other than that, not a lot, other than transportation issues, on the Beast Ferry Road corridor. So I would say, no plan's perfect. I think we all realize that. But I'd love to see if we just had an ideal world and we were just going to draw districts regardless of where we are. I think that's kind of the starting point to really begin to look at it. Because, and I said this when I ran in 2019, I think we overestimate the amount of people that even know who we are, to be honest. Most people, when you walk down the street, are not shouting council member at you. Like, they're just not. And you can tell that based on the turnout, which we do have in the packets, based on the turnout of the elections. Okay, like we have that information as well. So it's really not about us, as everyone keeps saying. So let's start with a map that isn't about us then. And let's look at it and let's workshop it and take the ideas that we all have now and be able to move that forward. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So Councilmember Seekins and Parker.
I don't think
haven't
I've
been heard
spoken
yet.
I don't think I've spoken yet. And I'm going to be brief because a lot has been said. And first, Tracy, thank you. Just a very brief bit of historical perspective. There are exactly 3 people sitting around this table who've gone through this before. And Council Member Mitchell's done it twice. In fact, he's still here. This is your third, right? But you've done it twice before. 2 others who were here in 2010. And I just want to say this. A lot has been said tonight about these are not our seats. But let me just say this. What we're doing right now is our job. And 10 years ago, when we were subject to the Voting Rights Act of 1963 and 1964, we had 2 best friend African-American council members sitting across the table from each other that were going to be pitted against each other and have to run. I think the only worst thing of getting voted off the island is getting voted onto an island when you got to run against your best friend. And we went through all of that in 2 months. 2 months. 2 months. We have now had these numbers for a year. And what is disheartening is to listen to what's going on around this table and saying, we're just getting started. We can't be just getting started. This has to end. The numbers tell you what they tell you. You've got to believe in those numbers and what Tracy shows you. We're the victims of many, many, many things. Population growth. I've heard a lot of talk about it's gone west. Well, y'all need to look at your maps. It's gone north too. It's gone way north, up onto Daniel Island and Cainhoy. It's gone up and out. The population of the peninsula has gone down. In District 8, it's gone down 25%. Now, there's reasons for that. It doesn't mean there's 25% less people walking around. There is, because they didn't count the college this time. Last time the college was counted when they lived off campus. This time they were away on COVID. But anyway, the numbers are what the numbers are. And geography is what geography is. One of the things that's happened in the last 10 years and happened last time we went through the redistricting is annexation. We've built this dilemma for ourselves. We've annexed up and out. That's what we've done. So districts look funny. And Councilmember Appel, you talked about South Windermere and Johns Island Airport being in the same district. That looks funny to you. I don't necessarily disagree, but if you go as a crow flies from South Windermere to Johns Island Airport, it ain't that far. It's pretty close. There's a river, so it's hard to get to. Try this one. Go from District 8 to District 1. There's 2 rivers and 2 bridges, and that's an overnight stay. But that's coming. So look, what I would implore us to do here is our jobs. Let's get with Tracy, whatever alternative it is. Really, there's not that much. We don't have as much flexibility as I think you all think we've got, right? Once I remember, and by the way, I was going to say, we need to quit using the word I in this discussion anymore. We or our district, right? We need to do this together, or our districts or district benefit. But I do remember the last time all of us were being very protective of little corners of districts, right? And we tried to move one block to include in District 8 as opposed to District 1. And the whole map fell in on itself. The whole map. It's like doing a jigsaw puzzle and getting to the end and you're like, damn it, where's that last piece? You should never find it, so it doesn't all put together. We could jigsaw this forever. Our job is to put a map out there to vote on it and then go represent the people we represent. And the other job we've got, every one of us, is if you say that people out there don't know what's going on, go out there and tell them. I can promise you in District 1 and District 8, people know what's going on because they ask us. I can't tell you how many public meetings we've had in those districts since these numbers came out. More than a dozen. So they know, get out there and tell your constituents. And the last thing I will say to this is, John's Island, y'all hang in there. I do think sometimes listening is a really good thing. And I think some historic perspective is a good thing too. There is a lot of wisdom in having more than one representative on a city council, particularly in a district that's grown the way it has. And that is as far away geographically as really anywhere is for most of us. If you have your own representative, and we put a district out there, District 3 or District 6 or whatever we're going to call it, you're going to be with a rookie council member in the furthest out district, but we don't even have to drive through, right? We don't really see it. So there are some safety in numbers out there. 3 out of 13 is a lot better than 1 out of 13. So I will just close with this. What I would ask this council to do is let's put some maps in front of us and let's vote. Let's put the districts in place and let's go do our jobs. There was someone who mentioned that we could keep debating this. And we don't have to worry about special elections because we'll still be debating it in 2023. Well, we can't do that. We need to give people representation. Councilmember Brady is carrying 27,000 people on his back. Councilmember Greg, who's only been here about a second, has got 2 districts. He needs help. We need to give him help and that district and his constituents help. That's our job. So workshopping, I'm not in favor of it. If y'all think you need to all get together again and talk about things we've already talked about a million times, great. But we need to put this in front of this body. We need to vote some maps in place. If a special election is needed, we need to have it before 2023, not wait till 2023 to have a special election, and let's go back to work. I look back on 2010 and see what we did in 2 months. We did in 2 months. In 2 months. I will tell you, it was much more difficult. It was much more difficult because we had real issues with African-American membership and how we were going to protect that. And we wanted to. And to Councilmember Gregory's question, the law might not tell us we have to, but we've got an absolute obligation to do that, to have districts of influence and minority-majority districts. Tracy has done an incredible job with that. Given what the population has done, Councilmember Appel said, one of the stories we see here is a sad story, but it's a story we didn't write. It got written for us over the last 10 years, right? People moved up and out and the numbers changed and shifted. And we're stuck with those numbers. And so we've got to do the best we can with the advice we get and the law that ultimately directs us to one person, one vote, right? One representation equally distributed. 12,475 or whatever that number is.
12,519.
Okay, thank you. And growing, but we just got a snapshot. So I would just ask us all to look inward and recognize, yes, this seat we sit in ain't ours, but this job is, and we got to do it and we got to get it over with. And a year, I mean, we've taken too long. And that's no particular person's fault, but we can't put it off another year. So I spoke for much longer than I wanted to. I will say this. I don't know about you, Councilmember Mitchell or Councilmember Gregory, but when this comes up again, I ain't gonna be here. That's right. But we need to set it up for success so the people that are here have districts that they represent equally. Okay, so let's go to work. Let's get it done. Let's get it done.
Councilmember Parker. You good? Anybody want to be heard again? Councilmember Gregory and then Shade. 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Things are very different. And the reason why things look the way they are is because we were trying to create as many minority districts, districts of minority influence as possible. It's different now. It's very different. And that's why you see this compactness being even possible at this time, okay? Because we're not under the same rules, okay? And this is my last point. During the last redistricting, I was majority minority district. In order for us to create more minority majority districts, I became a majority district. Okay, not because of me, but because of the people. And in terms of distance, that took me from Mount Pleasant Street past the Walmart on James Island. And I had to know the islanders and what their needs were. I had to learn it. It was more about my immediate area. I had to learn what their needs are regardless of the distance and spend time with them. That's extremely important if you're going to be a good steward of this job. So I'm ready to get this together, regardless of what the results may be. Councilman Sacchin and I spent, 2.5 hours yesterday over coffee, just talking about what the possibilities are. We're ready to get this thing out of the way and move on. Whatever the results may be, let's get going. Because if I'm going to have new people to represent, or vice versa, we've got to get to work. And we have to have an unbelievable transition. So the next person is clear on what is going on in a district that they know very little anything about. So I'm with you guys. I'm ready to vote. I'm ready to get this going and move on because there's a lot of work to do.
Councilmember Shade.
Thank you. And I'll again try to be brief. But one thing I want to correct you on, Councilmember Rappel, I represent the oldest neighborhood. It's called Charlestown Landing. There were people there in 1670 and
Councilmember Shade have been there since 1670.
and I feel like I've been there since 1670. And to your point, Councilmember Seekings, you were absolutely correct about one thing. This is our job. And the reason I wanted to have and will advocate for a workshop is that I don't think I can do my job without hearing more from the public as to what they're expecting from us on how to do this. So I would just reiterate my call that we do a workshop on this. One other thing, and we're not going to decide this tonight. We're not going to decide this after a workshop. I'm looking at these numbers. There's a photograph in my office that I have of the very first city council I sat on. And underneath that is a photograph of John Bleeker when he was on city council and his very first council members. There were 16 council members back in the 1970s. And you saw that picture. Our population is growing. We're called on for higher responsibility in representing more and more people as this population grows. One thing we need to think about is we need to maybe think about expanding the number of seats on council and to go from 12 to 14 or 12 to 16. We don't need to decide that tonight. I just wanted to make that comment because the work that we have to do, and as Councilmember Gregory and Councilmember Brady mentioned about knowing our district is so vitally important, and it gets more and more difficult because, as you said, we don't have a staff. We're doing this on our own. We're juggling our families and we're juggling our careers. It gets harder, which is a labor of love, but we need to be thinking about that possibility sometime in the future. So I'll just call again, Mayor, that I think we need to go ahead and set up a workshop to get this thing done and do it very quickly as well.
Well, thank you. Could I go back and ask Tracy, what is the next step to have a public hearing so we can hear more?
Yeah, I mean, and I'm trying to remember what we did 10 years ago, and I can barely remember what I had for breakfast. But I believe, the last time we came prepared for a public hearing with multiple plans, with different ordinances that had them ready to go based off of what, what they wanted to move forward on for a first reading.
Right.
So
the legal requirement would be, if I may ask, that we have a public hearing and then council can vote on to select a plan. Is that correct? Let me just kind of get straight with what we need to do.
Actually, council can have first reading on a map, and then at the second meeting, we can have a public hearing and then a second and third reading. That's happened in Dorchester County. So,
But it doesn't have to happen that way. We can have a
Correct.
public hearing first.
right, it just doesn't
And
have
then
to
vote
happen.
on the plan
Correct.
and not have to have another public hearing once we vote on one plan. You think?
I guess it just depends on how much we vary from the original maps that we considered during the
Yeah.
meeting.
Okay. So I'd like to respectfully suggest we go ahead at our next meeting that we have public hearings and have a public hearing on the plans that have been presented to the public. We've gotten comment from them already, and we can have another robust discussion. I think we had a pretty robust discussion. There was a word or two spoken here tonight about folks' feelings on these plans. I must admit, I'm the one guy on the council that I've run at large, obviously, and the single member districts don't impact me directly.
Sorry, Mayor. Jennifer just reminded me, we have to have 2 weeks notice
2 weeks
in the
notice.
paper. So we've already blown the deadline for the 27th for a public hearing.
So the first meeting in October, we'll have a public hearing on the plans that have been presented. And in the meantime, I'm sure there'll be more conversation. If after that meeting, y'all still feel like we need to have another special meeting, let me know. Councilmember Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tracy, thank you. Do you think you can come up with another, draft plan number 18 or 27 or whatever number we're on in 2 weeks?
It would probably be 60 something,
Yeah.
but if it's the will of council to have some sort of public workshop, I'm more than happy to do that and see what might evolve. But we've worked through a number of scenarios. I feel like we've brought forth kind of the best that we've been able to do with the priorities that we understand them to be from council at this point. So if that evolves, again, but I'd be more than happy to do a public workshop with y'all if that's the will of everyone.
Kind of what I thought you were going to say. I mean, the idea that we're going to come up with some magic bullet that's going to solve the controversial issues that we're dealing with, it's not going to happen. Tracy's done 60 different versions of these maps, and you heard her say these are the best options we have in front of us. So we need to move forward with one of these, in my opinion. And to Mr. Councilman Seeking's point, we need to do this quickly. It's very difficult to represent the district that I'm currently representing, District 1, the loneliest number, 3 Dog Night, right? So I would just urge us to move with expediency. We're talking about 2023 potentially. The census was done in 2020. I mean, we could potentially be halfway through the next census before we actually get this done. So I would just ask us to look at what we've got. We're going to have to make some hard decisions, but we need to move forward with one of these, in my opinion.
I'm going to go back one more time to Councilmember Saccharin, and then
Thank you,
we're going to
Mayor.
move on.
It'll be 30 seconds. Is the point of the workshop to try to come up with alternative plans, or to make sure we do a great job of getting additional public input? It's two separate things. I agree with Councilman Gregg, and it's either going to look like version 1, that's what the final map's going to look like, or it's going to be some sort of version of what we got on the table. So I don't think we're going to come up with a magic bullet. If the goal is to get more public input, I'm supportive of that. But if we're going to try to magically come up with something, I don't think that's going to happen.
Right. So, by the way, if she hadn't done so yet, there was a request yesterday out of Public Works that we have a workshop meeting about the slab on grade. And so I think when we get together for that, we could dedicate some time to this topic as well, not to overdo it, and have some more opportunity, Councilmember Shade, for that discussion. I think importantly now is to hear from the public as well. And we've done outreach and had webinars, and we've gotten some feedback back to us, and that's what led to the two additional plans that have come forward. So let's do that. Let's poll y'all for the workshop on the slab on grade. We'll dedicate some additional time for this topic. We'll have the public hearing the first meeting of October, with the thought that by the second meeting in October, we'll take a vote. Does that sound like a plan forward? Yeah. Councilmember Seekings?
Mr. Mayor, I think you're pushing it. Why, I don't understand why we can't, if there's still something it had. And by the way, I'd like to point out, there's been a lot about this out there in the public. And tonight, other than the team from Johns Island, who rightfully had something to say,
Yeah.
3 citizens who were worried about an area that's growing in population more than anywhere else, not another single citizen has come to speak to us tonight from any other district. So, and they know what's going on.
Yeah.
So I think if the idea is we're not getting enough public input, I think you're gonna be surprised how little we're gonna get when we put it out there in the public. What I would suggest is this: we certainly want as much public input as we can get.
Yeah.
Never cut it off. But if we're gonna have a public hearing first reading, let's take a vote that night too. Let's vote on it. Let's not have the public hearing and then put it to the next meeting. Let's put it out there. We're gonna have a public hearing and a vote for first reading. Then the next meeting we'll have second and third reading, and we will be on with this thing because there is going to be some controversy that's going to come out of this for sure.
Well, I'll grant you that we have that workshop meeting before that first October meeting.
Good.
Y'all are comfortable taking the vote, certainly fine with me. Yeah. All right, Councilmember Ware, and then we are going to move on.
Thank you. Well, actually, I want to try to answer this fine lady from Red Top that came. And I understand what she's talking about. You all know where Red Top is.
Yeah.
Well, it is not on Johns Island, but the address is on Johns Island.
That's right.
And I don't think anything we discussed this afternoon, tonight, answered her question. In other words, what district would somebody be in Red Top under alternative 1 and 1B or whatever?
So if we look at this is the original draft that incorporated public comments. So this would be District 10. And then if we go to the alternatives, once again in District 10.
So District 10 is Councilman Bowden. So
That's correct.
in either scenario, you're going to be in the district. Okay. Well, I didn't know that. All right. Thank you.
All right, terrific. So let's move along to our council member communications, a discussion regarding electronic distribution, city council agenda packet. Councilmember Shade.
Thank you, man. This generated from the last 2 council meetings we've had, and the message we get from our wonderful clerk is that the machine is busted, and we have to download our agendas. And it just occurred to me, and if you look around this table right now, the number of us who've got some kind of tablet on here, as to why are we still making copies of our agendas? Why can't we just download them on our tablets? Or if we can budget for them, the council is purchased a tablet, and these things are just downloaded on our tablets for our personal use, or for our official use, I should say. Makes a whole lot of sense. It's gonna make Jennifer and her office's job a whole lot easier than trying to copy these massive paper documents, get them distributed to us. I mean, I had this conversation with Councilmember Waring that, we're both kind of old fashioned, that we like to see things in print and hold paper in our hand. But I think we got to the stage now in our digital era that this is the time for us to start thinking about doing things electronically, and why we're not doing that. I know we're in the middle of our budget discussions. If Amy's still here, we can maybe budget us having our own tablets to have this done, or coming up with another system and eliminating the need for paper documents. That was my concern.
So just to give everyone an update, 2 things. We are converting to a agenda management software over the next couple of months. And yes, this would be a good time for us to switch over to electronic distribution of all of our documents, because even staff will be able to sign off on all the agenda items without it being printed out on paper anymore. So you, Jennifer, do you want to add anything to that? So
Sure. I think we had discussed with the agenda management software coming online, potentially looking at getting iPads for all the council members. And I think that was something Councilmember Gregory actually had mentioned a few years ago. or longer than that.
And so in
Um,
addition to the software, we will have in the IT budget for 23, some funding for iPads for those who would need one. Amy, isn't that correct? Yeah. So if not by the end of the year, certainly by January, we look to make the transition.
Budget. I need to double check because I'm working in two budgets now, 22 and 23, so I'll get them confused, but it's in one or the other, but I'll double check.
And-
22 or if we're putting it in 23.
And Amy, I talked to Wes and I think he was going to put it in, he was going to go back and amend. I'll talk to you.
Anyway, we're on the verge of making that transition. And if anybody's got an issue, please chat with us about it. Yeah. But thank you for bringing it up because it's past time. Yeah, no question about it. Okay, so next up, our council committee report. First is our Committee on Community Development, Councilmember Mitchell. Yeah.
Trying to get my eyes to focus is going kind of blurry a little bit on me.
I know the feeling.
yeah.
Anybody got Elton John tickets? I was going to excuse you from the meeting. Okay.
On the community development, we had a couple of items. We had 4 items, and the only item that we voted on to send to council was the first item, which is City of Charleston, Department of Community Housing and Community Development for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for the 108 financing, so we can kind of receive more money to do more affordable housing. So that's the only one that we had to vote on, and I'm actually everything else was for information only. We had some presentation by various individual board, and we had also some information that was given to us by the BAR from our planning commission. But here we'd be back to kind of go back over it because the time was too short at the time. And that's about it.
So we have a motion to approve us proceeding forward with some section 108 funding for affordable housing. Any discussion on that point? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Of course, you'll approve any particular financing, you know, when it comes to council. I would like to ask Robert Summerfield to report to us because we had a couple of comments tonight and online about the BAR matter above Line Street. Isn't that ready to go to BAR for approval, our new policies? Yeah.
Yes, it is. It will be at BAR meetings at the second half of September.
Second half.
BAR.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, those are ready to go. We're continuing to work on the program, but we expect to put those policies before the BAR boards at the end of September.
Thank you very much. So, Councilmember Saccharin, thank you for your leadership on this. And I just wanted to respond since a few folks have brought it up this evening that is ready to go. And it can be changed in the future, but it's good to go ahead and make, I think, the changes that have been contemplated.
I just want to ask a question. You're not coming back before Michael May, are you?
Not at this time on that.
Councilmember Waring.
I had a question on that. So that's not going to come in front of council to be voted on?
I believe it's a BAR policy matter at this point. It has gone to community development a couple of times, but Robert, you want to straighten us out on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So Councilman, yes, so it's a BAR policy. So per the preservation ordinance, the BAR has the ability to adopt policies to administer the preservation ordinance. And so it's a BAR policy. They would adopt that per the ordinance that you all have adopted. It would not be a thing that you all come back and vote. That would be a new ordinance that you all would vote on at that point. And again, this policy is to clarify and make easier the current ordinance and limit the number of things that require full board intervention and allow staff to make approvals on those replacement issues and other things. It's a pretty positive, in my opinion, approach that we've been working on for a while to make those adjustments.
Councilmember Ware.
Listen, the BAR has never even been accused of being in congruency with affordable housing. When the young lady came here, I think she's already left.
Right.
And spoke about her windows. That should not happen north of Line Street. City Council created the BAR. So if we're going to make those kind of substantive changes on properties north of Line Street, the representative of the people should have a say. It should not bypass the public square in this body. It went to a standing committee, it should forward to council. Because what we're doing, if you follow the map, as a matter of fact, some time ago, Councilman Appel said this, if you follow the auspices of the BAR, and I support them where they are now, but as they have progressed up this peninsula, diversity has diminished greatly. The cost of housing has increased for everyone. As a matter of fact, a gentleman from the Preservation Society said as much in the newspaper about a month or two ago. Why would we let that continue?
Well, the policy change will in effect accomplish what the young lady would have liked. And
that explanation need to be brought to the body of the whole, not to a standing committee and then become policy, and all 13 of us doesn't have a clear understanding of it. That process has yet to happen.
I'm going to ask Councilmember Saccharin to respond to that.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know there's other colleagues that wanted to chime in. It's not my understanding of why BAR was going to approve it. So that was not my understanding. I thought we were coming back to council, presented at council. I never was given a full answer about why BAR had purview to basically make decisions that affect them. I've made the same point that Councilman Waring has made. Those are my constituents here tonight. I'm responsible for them and their concerns, not anyone on BAR. I am not at a place, and I've had very good conversations with your staff, where there's been no communication on my end that I said, I'm good with this moving forward. So I'm not sure if there's been a miscommunication. I thought it was coming back to CD committee for additional discussion. Based on some of the feedback that we're hearing this evening, I'm going to ask that it come back to CD and it come to full council, because I want to make sure that this is the right thing. And I'm not doing this in an expeditious way. I want to make sure if it takes another 2 months, I want to do it the right way. And if it needs to come to council for full debate, I'm going to recommend that. But I was not at a point where I was good with the changes, because I was not sure the young lady that came tonight that the changes we made would possibly affect her outcome. That has not been communicated to me. So I would like to get us to a place where we can look at some means test and look at some previous incidents to make sure that the new policy does in fact have a positive outcome. I'm not convinced that it does, and I do think council should weigh in on that.
All right. Well, I'm glad I brought it up. We'll send it back to the CD committee. How about that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, let me ask a question. Ms. Johnson. Oh.
Councilmember Mitchell.
I thought that was under the north of Line was under the auspices of the DRB. And the BAR, okay, was south of there. And I thought we voted, I thought we voted on that as a council.
So
to make that distinction.
So I wasn't here when you made the most recent updates to those definitions. That was in 2017 in those areas of responsibility. The DRB has responsibility in those commercial corridors, is my understanding, but in the neighborhoods that have the historic designations, they have demolition purview is a BAR review. And that demolition includes the removal of any of those character defining elements, which tend to end up being the area of consternation that we've been trying to address with the policy by giving much greater leniency than there's been in the past, is to address staff the ability to approve changes to roofs, to windows, and the types of windows that can be approved. Where previously the requests were coming in to just demo those completely without addressing the repair option or what the replacement would be. So
I wouldn't agree to that either. I mean, that's the area where I live, north of Line. I mean, I wouldn't agree to just willy-nilly, but I thought that there were some policies that directed the DRB to preserve, not BAR, to preserve certain aspects in those historical neighborhoods as well.
my understanding is in the north of Line area, the DRB is on those commercial, the old and historic corridors. The residential neighborhoods are BAR, specifically, most of those fall under the BAR small.
For demolition.
For the demolition,
And then you have the definition of what a demolition entails. So.
Which again is
if y'all want to do that through an ordinance change, I presume we can do that, Julia? Sure. All right, Councilmember Seekings.
Well, just really briefly, what did come before the CD committee? What was presented and what was the vote?
That's what I was going to mention to you, that he came before the CD committee. The timing was a little off, so he didn't have that much time to do the presentation because we had to end it. So that's why I was asking him if he was coming back. So I wanted to ask Mr. Johnson how many items that we have on it, because he might have to come back to the CD committee if it's the pleasure of the committee itself, and then bring it back. Because you're not going before the BAR before the next council meeting, right?
No, the next council meeting would be before, I believe, the next BAR. September's weird. The BAR meetings, one is 1 week and one is another week. So for some reason, there's an offshoot because of where the Thursday falls or something.
So if I can find out how many we have on the agenda for the next CD meeting.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Yes.
we have 4 items on the agenda this Thursday.
Okay, it's and we only have one on the agenda that we have to make a decision on, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I might can have you to come, I can add you to the agenda. I can do it as chairman. Okay. So Ms. Johnson, if we do that, we can add the planning commission back to the agenda so we can get this straightened out.
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay.
deferring to Jennifer and her team, but absolutely.
We just have to have the agenda amended and posted no later than 24 hours before the meeting.
Okay, so we can do that and let's add it to the agenda and you be on the agenda. Then we can just kind of clarify this and get this over with. Is that satisfactory for everyone? Then we can go for, then bring it back to council and vote on it.
Okay, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also just want to add in the DRB. I know we had some good conversations at the last meeting regarding DRB, so I don't know if this is something that we can.
That is on the agenda for Thursday. That
Okay,
should be
all
one
right.
of the 4 items for Thursday. Is Councilman Waring's request that the CD committee take up the conversation around DRB.
Great, thank you.
Different item.
This is a question.
Gregory and Saccharin.
Yeah. If north of Line is under the BAR with regard to demolition, then why, and I can't get the address, why did we allow some demolition on a Freedman's cottage on, and I think I brought this to you guys' attention, on Miranda Home Street? There was demolition to that Freedman's cottage, okay? The porch in particular, the windows. And I assumed, okay, that it was under something different from the BAR when I lodged my concern with you guys.
So as I thought I had followed back up with you, but maybe I missed, I didn't. But in our investigation, we didn't approve any demolition on that. Unfortunately, as has happened too numerous of times to count, folks have done things either intentionally or unintentionally that have resulted in demolition to a property. And therefore, since there was no demolition, there was no BAR review because all they were doing were fixing the property. So there was no demolition permit, so there was no BAR review in that case.
Okay, I'll leave it alone, but I did call to the attention, okay, that there was a problem going on with the demo on that property. I did, early on. And now that property.
Maybe they violated our ordinance and
Well, I
need to
called the
go, need
attention
a
and there was
ticket.
never a stop order put on it.
We'll be happy to check on it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that one happened a while ago, so
I see.
trying to get some of the pieces there have been difficult.
Councilmember Saccharin.
Thank you, Mayor. Probably wondering why you asked the question tonight. I just want to say for the record, as Vice Chair, we did give a blessing to that policy, but the direction to staff, Mr. Summerfield and Ms. Copeland was, I was going to spend some time with Planning Department to figure out if the policy changes were in effect and to make a difference. That's where we are currently. There was no directive to staff to bring it back to committee, to bring it back to council. So I just want to make sure for the record, we didn't give them any direction. So
Okay.
they didn't do anything.
But we would like to take it back now, apparently.
Yes, yes.
So I'm happy for that to occur. All right. So we did approve the one thing from the committee that was approved, the section 108 financing. Next up is our committee on human resources. Councilmember Gregory.
Move for approval. Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Committee on Recreation, Councilmember Shealy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last Tuesday, September 6th, the Recreation Committee met. We talked about the master plan and some projects listed and prioritized in each of the 5 boroughs or districts. Those, of course, y'all know are being the Peninsula, West Ashley, James Island, Johns Island, Daniel Island. And there's also one section on citywide projects, which includes court replacements, field improvements, outdoor field fitness equipment, playground replacement, restrooms, shade shelters, signage, furniture replacement, trails, and ADA access. We do already have some funding allocated from the 2021 reserves for a lot of areas in the Peninsula, West Ashley, James Island, and citywide, which includes field improvements and master planning. But in total, we have over $5 million toward projects included in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And future funding possibilities, of course, may be a bond, general fund reserves of about $3.5 million, tourism funds of almost $3.8 million. If we took one large project from each area of the city, a bond would be approximately $44 million. So the next step would probably be for us to have a full council workshop to prioritize projects and discuss how we can fund those. So we do have some debt coming off in 2024, so the timing could be good if we chose to have a referendum in November 2023. We must have a list of projects, though, ready to go by August of 2023. We discussed a little bit about Parks and Rec staff. Parks staffs is down about 30%. Recreation staffing has about a 40% vacancy right now, mostly part-time people. So Ms. Yarborough said they're kind of looking at where they might be able to combine some part-time positions into full-time positions to help with that. We did discuss golf course bathrooms. Mr. Kronsberg has located the utility water lines, has come up with some locations, and he's working on some cost estimations for the addition of restrooms on the course. And he's using a model that Charleston County PRC had constructed in one of their parks as well. So, also Councilman Gregory and I will be getting together. We're going to share some ideas. He has some out of the box ideas he's looking at for some staffing solutions. So, and a point of good news toward the end of our meeting, Lori Yarborough was happy to announce that we have hired a business and enterprise manager. Hopefully this is going to produce some revenue and some new partnerships for us. And he happens to be moving his family here from Florida and is expected to start in about a month. So we're very excited to have him. And Mr. Mayor, that concludes my report.
How about the annual pass for swimmers over
shoot,
90?
I did skip that. I apologize. We did discuss a complimentary annual pass for people over 90 years old. There's not a large number, but we do have a few, including a 94-year-old swimmer. So
Was that a close vote?
It was unanimous from the Recreation Committee. We did vote that unanimously. And if someone would put a motion on the floor, we would.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes my report.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes,
You
sir.
discussed the restrooms. What's this pavilion on here? Can you touch on that, Mr. Jim?
Well, there is an idea of having the Friends of the Muni and the golf course committees have talked about a pavilion area where they can have youth golfers out there. They can teach youth golf, have an area for them. Also, it would be a place to have outdoor events, maybe a picnic afterward, those types of things. Would just be a nice pavilion area for them to use.
We're going to focus on the bathrooms first. Right. Yes, sir.
Thank
you. Yes, sir. Any other questions? We'll move on to our Committee on Public Works. Councilmember Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did we skip one? The Joint License Committee?
Joint license.
Did I miss one? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the Joint License Committee on and Public Safety, Councilmember Shade, and who is the other chairman? Gregory. Thank you.
I think I'm home. Right. The Joint License Committee and Public Safety Committee met on September 6, 2022, specifically to deal with the
late night establishment.
Late night ordinance. Okay. There were some recommendations made for change. And I'll ask Meg to come and talk to us about those specific changes.
Thank you. Sorry, let me try to do this without turning it off. There we go. All right. Hi, I'm Meg Thompson, Director of Business and Neighborhood Services. I do have a presentation that I can go through very quickly, I promise. Okay. So just as a quick recap, wanted to remind everyone that the LNE ordinance has been in place since 2013. And almost 100 LNE permits have been issued to date across the city. It has always been a citywide ordinance. There are obviously concentrations of LNEs in particular areas, but it does apply citywide. Through the COVID-19 pandemic, there was some increased late night activity. Council decided to make some changes to our mobile food vending regulations, and also wanted to look at the regulations for brick and mortar late night establishments. We proposed some changes back in the fall of 2021. We heard very clearly from the community that we needed to do some more work on that. So we went back this winter. A staff work group developed a new draft and then did a series of outreach this spring and summer, focus groups, restaurant advisory group presentations, and a public meeting. And then we were back before this body in August and received first reading, pending some amendments to go back to license committee. Just as in case anyone hasn't seen this presentation, this is what that outreach has looked like. So the first round, again, was back last fall. We had about 70 attendees at 2 different meetings over at the Visitor Center. This spring and summer, we did a small in-person focus group. We did a restaurant advisory group Zoom and another big meeting. We had about 30 people attend that one. And just last week, we got back together with the restaurant advisory group to give them an update. Just also, this is the current process for opening up a late night establishment. Not only do you need to get this operational permit, which that's what this ordinance is about, you may also have to get a zoning special exception if you're close to a residentially zoned district. They also look at concentrations of LNEs through zoning and different aspects like that. And then of course, you also have to get your BLCO. So some things that have changed from the 2013 version. An LNE basically means any establishment that's opened after midnight and serves on-premise consumption of alcohol. What is now included by changing this definition a little bit, it also includes those uses that are inside accommodation uses. Basically, hotel bars are covered by this now. We've simplified the noise and waste management sections. They used to outline some particular things. We now just say you need to comply with existing city codes about these issues. We also talked a lot about security requirements. The 2013 version says you have to have security based on your approved maximum occupant load. What we've done here is we've given restaurants a little bit more flexibility to have security staff based on the number of people they actually have in their establishment. So if they know it's going to be a rainy Wednesday night, they may not bring in as many security personnel. It also lets them assign that responsibility to staff as needed. We added a specific section about underage drinking, saying you needed to have a plan to ID folks 21 years and under after 10 p.m., especially if you serve food and allow those folks into your establishment, you need to have a plan to identify them. In those conversations, ID scanners have come up. Currently, they are not required in your initial security plan that you submit with your permit. However, there is an option to require them if you're forced to go to a remediation meeting, which I'll talk about those in a minute. And we are also exploring a pilot incentive program. I know you guys all saw Roy Neal with El Jefe here at the last meeting demonstrating that. Other changes, the permit now will be reviewed by staff. There will no longer be I think it's an 10-person staff committee that currently has to organize and review these. They'll now go into our regular intergov system, which should make this a little bit faster and easier for everyone. Based on the feedback we got at council last time, we're also having these be issued for 2 years rather than 1 year. Want to talk a little bit about the violation section. This is probably the one that we've worked on the most and kind of get you guys through how this typically works. So the way that we've had it set up is it's triggered by the issuance of a court summons. We don't usually do a court summons as our first attempt. We can issue one at any time for a violation. However, they're usually only issued immediately for significant life hazards or repetitive issues that we haven't been able to fix. Our goal is education. So before we do a court summons, we usually do meetings, education, training, before we go to a summons. We'll even issue a violations notice, which is not the same as a court summons and usually has a timeline for people to get into compliance. So what I'm stressing here is generally for non-immediate life safety hazards, only after failure to correct the situation will a court summons be issued. So the first time this came to council, we had a series of consequences based on a first issuance of a court summons and then a second issuance of a court summons. When we went to the Joint License and Public Safety Committee, we presented an option with 4. This is what the Joint License and Public Safety Committee voted on. So in this version, at the first issuance of a court summons, you get a mandatory remediation meeting with staff. This is when we could require things like ID scanners. After the second issuance of a court summons, you have another remediation meeting and the Director of Revenue Collections may issue a written notice to suspend a late night permit for up to 90 days. On the third issuance of a municipal court summons, the Director of Revenue Collections will issue a written notice to suspend a late night permit for up to 1 year. There is also an option to do an emergency suspension for one day if there is an imminent threat to persons or property. And then that needs to be reviewed and gone through the proper cycle. We also adjusted the appeal section. So when it came to full council last time, we were using a hearing officer model. We've removed that, and now appeals will go through the license committee and the established procedures set up there. So what we're hoping for is to get a second reading from y'all tonight. You do have the option to give it final reading if you would like, pending more edits and amendments. However, I do want to say, even if you do give it final reading, the ordinance has 3 months before it becomes effective. That will give staff some time to build out these new systems, do some educational awareness, that sort of thing. And LNEs already in existence would have 5 months to get into compliance. That's it for me.
Any questions for Ms. Thompson? Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Thompson. So I just wanted to clarify back on that, on the one page with the 3 violations. Are you, are these the same rules that we discussed at the prior meeting? I guess I don't see. So that first issuance of a summons is for any of those violations that were previously listed in the ordinance. What was it? The doors being open?
So we took that section out, and I'm going to ask our legal staff to come up and explain the thought process there.
Okay, I'm looking for, I assume it's been marked off, and I did have another question, but I'll.
Yes, council member. Previously, we had a list. We felt that there was too much confusion in that, so we removed that list. This is if anybody is in violation of this specific ordinance. So this isn't, this is focused on the LNE and not other outside ordinance violations.
Did my second question. What is the cost? Have you looked at any cost by incorporating this new late night ordinance? What will be the cost to current business owners and folks who plan to become, get that permit?
We haven't set anything yet, but we've looked at the current operational permit, what those fees normally are. Right now, the first one would be about $100, and we would want to do a simplified renewal. So that would be more like 70.
So not too much of a cost change.
I just want to chime in really quickly because there was one adjustment that was made that council did mention very briefly, but I think it's an important adjustment between the last time we were here, the time we workshopped it, and tonight. And it's under section 17-130 subpart 2. Originally, there was a penalty for violation of any city code or state law. And that's now been changed to make it a violation of this ordinance itself. And that's an important, I think, change. And I want to thank council for doing that. I'm not sure you mentioned that in your presentation, but that limits the scope of the potential world of violations, which we talked about during the special meeting. And, I mean, there's so many laws in the state and so many city ordinances. I mean, it's, for those of you who don't know this, it's illegal to spit on a sidewalk in Charleston. If you do that, you're in violation of an ordinance. The building code is an ordinance. There's lots of things. So I think this limits that scope and makes it much for the better. So I just thought I'd like to point that out.
Councilmember Sacre.
Thank you, Mayor. Are we using this time now to discuss the item that's going to be up for second reading, or are we just asking, are we in the midst of that right now?
Well, we certainly are engaged in this discussion.
Okay.
We were going to vote on this when we get to second reading.
Then I'll just make my couple questions and a comment. So I would like to see, and I'm not sure if this is what Councilwoman Parker was asking, 17-126. I'd like to see the infractions, because that's been my issue for most of this. Is the list of infractions have been, some are serious and some are criminal. So is there a way to see those list of infractions that these businesses are going to be held accountable for?
So we've removed that list of infractions. So as we were saying, you'll now only be in violation of this ordinance if you receive a notice. So, yeah.
Yeah, so one of the changes that was made, and were you at the joint meeting?
I listened in, but I'm looking at the packet.
It was something we talked about. They didn't highlight that change, but if you go back to, if you look at 17-130 subpart 2, the first full sentence, and you compare the last ordinance that we debated and voted on at City Council on the one that's before us tonight, it takes out any violation of city code or state laws, which was very broad. And now it only is a violation of the ordinance itself. So if you want to look to what the violations would be, you just got to look at the ordinance.
But
It doesn't go beyond the ordinance,
but
which I think, by the way, is a good change. I think there's, well, I'll reserve my time for what I think there's one other thing we need to work on.
okay, sorry.
So,
I understand. I see. what
y'all
you-
want to give
7
us an example of the violations? Would that maybe help explain it a little bit?
I'm looking at,
If it's
sorry.
just the things in the ordinance itself?
I'm looking at tonight's agenda and I'm looking at 17-126, essentially 1 through 6. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are those not the infractions that we're holding businesses accountable for?
So, council member, what this is doing is this is what's supposed to be incorporated into their safety plan. And so as they incorporate this into their safety plan, if they are in violation of their safety plan, then they are in violation of this ordinance.
Okay, so for number 5 and 6, are those still, they're still accountable and responsible for number 5 and 6 under 17-126?
As of right now, the way this is presented, yes, council member, I believe it was discussed having that language struck at the joint meeting, but that motion was tabled for tonight.
Okay,
So that 5 and 6 was not removed
okay,
at the time.
thank you.
Okay.
I guess now's the time. So for my concern, I think, and I just want to say, Meg, you've done a great job and the staff has done an awesome job getting us to this point. From some of the business owners that I've spoken with, especially the good business owners, they like the plan. But the specific challenge that they have, an issue that they have is that we're lumping all of these different infractions into one bunch, where 5 and 6 are criminal by their very nature, whereas leaving a door open, crowd control, those are serious, but they are not criminal charges. I've asked to have them either separate or weighted. Business owners I spoke with were fine with having them weighted or struck from the ordinance completely. So I'm fine with either one. I just don't think you're bunching a bunch of infractions that, to me, 2 of them are specifically criminal. Knowingly and willingly allowing drug use and drug sale in your building is different than not counting heads in the bar.
Right.
Completely different things.
Right.
So,
of course, this doesn't exempt other criminal charges
No,
from being
no, no.
brought against someone.
no,
Right.
my
Right.
thought was if 5 and 6 were being investigated, that would be something that my guess is Slab would be involved, police department would be involved. Those are serious issues.
Absolutely.
Yes, council member.
We agree. All right. Any other comments or questions? We'll vote on this.
Are we going to debate it some more? Because I'd like to add a couple
I
more.
think we should go ahead and discuss it now. Since we're into it.
Can I then make a couple more?
Sure.
Fellow council members don't
Yeah.
mind?
Yeah.
Meg, can you put up the side-by-side comparison on the 2 strike, that one? Thank you. So when we first debated this and when we gave this first reading, the licensing period was 1 year. We've now made an adjustment to take it to 2 years. And when in 1 year, we had essentially 2 strikes, you're out. And this body said, whoa, that's a little bit too punitive. We need to, really think this through. Let's get it to 3 and under 1 year. Then they changed it to 2 years and 4 strikes and you're out. And at the joint committee meeting, we rolled it back. So we went to 2 years, but we went to 3 strikes and you're out, which is really more punitive than 2 and 1 year, 3 and 2 years. So I don't think I articulated that very well at the joint meeting because we were distant, but I think we should go back to the 4, not the 3, because we've just made it more punitive. So if you believed 2 weeks ago when you voted for 2 and 1, that was bad, 3 and 2 is worse, right? Do the math. It's 1.5 a year instead of 2 a year. If you do that, and it's pretty darn punitive. Now, the good news is it only looks back on itself, which is better to me, but I would humbly suggest, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members, we stick with what legal counsel came up with, the September 6th version, which is the 4 rather than the 3. The last point I will make is, and this is in conversations with both council and the police department, and goes back to Councilmember Saccharin's point, 5 and 6 on the enumerated things, one of which is the knowingly and recklessly allowing possession, use, or sale of controlled substance. I don't think we need to put that in there at all, because that is going to imply and implicate the city having to take into our court systems things that the state probably would otherwise prosecute, and 6 encompasses it anyway. If you look at 6, it's the responsibility to not knowingly reconcile any specified criminal activity. So 5 is not meant, we don't need it. We've already got 6 there to capture them. So those are the 2 amendments that I would offer. And have at it. I don't know if we vote on that now, but if we do get the point, those are my 2 points. Thank you.
Prior to the first summons being issued, you had mentioned here about the difference between a
violations notice.
violation notice as opposed to a summons. So could you share that again? Because I do think there's enough flexibility that for minor violations that our staff will be able to handle them without it becoming a first strike, if you will. Isn't that the intent?
Yes, our intention is to work through education and work with a business before ever having to get to a court summons. And then we have the additional steps in the violations process if we get to that.
So I hear your concern, but I do want you to know the intent here is corrective and educational rather than, closing people from 12 to 2, unless they really deserve it. And then we want to have the 3 strikes, in my view. Councilmember Shade.
And to that point, Mayor, I think that which is important. So if there's a violation, a summons is not issued the first time necessarily. It's going to be a warning and an attempt to work through that violation. That's that's strike number 1. Then you go into the issuance of a summons. That's strike number 2. And your violation for that is upon issuance of the first summons within a 2-year period, there will be a mandatory remediation meeting between the LNE and city staff. Third violation, which is in the second issuance of a summons, you can have your permit suspended up to, so you could be 0 to 90 days. Then the third, which would be the 4th violation, would be the 3rd summons. So you're talking about 4 strikes and not 3. Because when you get, and it says very clearly for a period up to 1 year. So it's not mandatory that it is a full year. It's just up to. So there's 4 violations to get to that point of that. And the other point, which is really clear, and I had to re-educate myself on this. We're talking about not the business license, but the permit. And the permit is to serve from 2 to midnight to 2. So we're not shutting down the business. We're just removing and putting in jeopardy that permit from those 2 hours of 12 to 2. That's really an important distinction to make. So by the time you get to the fourth violation is when you're in jeopardy of a full year, up to a full year. It could be less than a full year, but no more than a full year suspension. By the time you get to the 4th violation, if you haven't figured it out by now, I mean, come on.
Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Gregory.
Yeah, I think it's time for us to, we went through all of this in the committee meeting. I mean, here we are again, doing it again. I'm not talking about you. You did not make your amendment. You wanted to do it here. I'm not talking about you, but all this other stuff we're talking about. We're going back and forth with staff. We're probably driving them crazy.
The committee recommended this.
That's the committee's recommendation.
That's correct. After much conversation. Councilmember Appel and then Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first want to thank staff, Meg and Mallory and everybody else that's played a role in this. This is a very thorough, comprehensive process. I was approached by several folks on the Upper King Street late night community, and I consider those folks to be the good operators. They had some genuine concerns. While I don't think they would ideally have any of this, I think we've come a long way, and I'm in a position where I'm very happy with where things stand. So I just want to, send kudos to everybody that's been involved in the process. And I think this is a really good example of the legislative process working, where we hear from the stakeholders, we work it around through committee, and we get to a good place. The one thing that I would just like to say is once we pass this, which I hope we do, we realize and recognize, I mean, let's acknowledge the elephant in the room here. It's got a little crazy on Upper King Street of late. You may have heard. This ordinance going on the books and being put up on Muni Code is not going to solve any problem in and of itself. Until and unless the city gets serious about enforcing our ordinances and enforcing some of our criminal laws, frankly, in that environment, we're not going to see the changes that we need. We have the tools in place today. Under our current business license ordinance, you can have your business license pulled. You know, this whole framework, this beautiful thing we're looking at, you want to know what our current business license ordinance says? Hang tight. You can have your business license pulled in the city of Charleston if you engage in an unlawful activity or nuisance related to the business. Do you think there's maybe some businesses up on Upper King that fall into that category that we could take up through the business license process? And I can tell you the distinction between the late night permit and the business license for a lot of these worst of the worst offenders is a semantic difference without a distinction. Their business is midnight to 2 a.m. We have the authority today to go after the worst of the worst, which attracts bad elements, which attracts violence, which attracts the things that are causing that environment to be so troubled and so toxic, and frankly, puts our law enforcement in a very difficult position. So let's pass this ordinance. It's much better than when it first came to us, but let's not lose sight of the fact that we've got to take the fight to the problem on Upper King Street, or we are not going to see better solutions. And the day is going to come, and I hope the day never comes, where we have dead bodies in the street on Upper King Street. We came real close a couple weeks ago, and we have to prevent that from happening. We can't wait for the federal government and the state government to pass gun reform in America. It ain't happening. We have to take charge of what we can control, and that's licensing of businesses, and it's law enforcement in the streets. And it's a virtuous cycle. And we're not flying on the aircraft carrier with mission accomplished in the background once we pass this. The work is not even begun yet. We've got to get serious about enforcing. Let's go after the worst of the worst businesses. They're out there. We all know who they are. And then let's crack down on the criminal elements that are in the streets. And then we'll begin to start making progress on Upper King Street and making it a fun, safe place for everybody, residents, tourists, college students, everybody, all the above. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
Councilmember Bowden?
Yeah, man.
Oh, okay. I thought you had something.
I thought that
All
was
right.
Is that a motion? Maybe that was a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the.
I think this is coming up later on in the agenda under second reading.
It's under second reading.
Sounds
So
good.
if
We're
y'all can
almost
just
there.
suspend where we are right now on this discussion debate. We'll be back to you in just a few minutes. Okay, so hang tight, Meg. We'll be back. And
I move to suspend the rules to allow for voting on this item, since there is a reference back to it in the agenda. To suspend the rules and vote on this currently, since we've just had the discussion, it's fresh on everyone's minds, rather than
right,
moving it
if
back.
that's the pleasure of council, that's fine.
Second.
Is there a second to that motion?
Yeah.
All in favor? I think we need a 2/3 majority or something. Everybody in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, we're going to take up this matter right now. Do I have a motion for approval? Do I have a second? All right.
Would ask that one amendment,
Councilmember Seeking.
5 be taken out in a second.
We have,
Okay with the strike thing? I don't want that.
we have amendment that, item number 5, from what section is that, just to be clear?
That's it. Allow for y'all here.
Just
17
5 or 5 and
126 -5. Does the maker of the motion accept that amendment?
17-126.
Or we can vote on it separately?
No, it's not 126. Help me here, council. It is.
It is at 17 -126, number 5, it's the other second page, right above preventing underage drinking.
Okay, we're clear on that. We're gonna strike number 5. All right. Okay, we accepted the amendment, so that'll be part of the motion. Any other amendments?
Councilmember
Parker?
Mr. May. Did Councilmember Shade accept the amendment? Okay, thank you.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Any further questions or discussion? Councilmember Saccharin?
My mic's now working. It is now. Number 6. I'd like to also ask to strike that or give that a different weight. So I'd like to ask to strike that as well. So number 5 and number 6.
Okay, well, 5's already included as an amendment to be struck. So you're asking for amendment to strike number 6 as well.
Yes.
Okay. And we ask our council as to real impact or effect of the removal of number 6?
For number 6, the way that this is, the way that the ordinances was drafted is it would include, outside criminal activity to be considered. However, I believe with the points that we've already included, those type of violations would be reported to the business license department and could be considered. So in terms of what the council is trying to accomplish, I don't think that would have a negative impact.
Okay.
Because this is what is included in the businesses and their safety plan. So as long as all of our, they're also violating criminal activity.
Right.
But
So what?
Happy to.
Yeah, sorry, council.
I'm not
No.
you. It's not you. I'm just trying to understand what we're doing here. And I'm not clear. I mean, we got something from the attorneys.
Well, she's trying to explain that and then we'll.
Well, council members, as this has been massaged the last couple of times, I think my takeaway from the workshops and the meetings that we've had in council is that we want to focus this on code violations for the late night establishment businesses, especially, we've got our police and our fire. This is to add another tool in our tool belt. And the feedback I got from the last meeting was there was some confusion about muddling it with criminal activity. That is a whole nother criminal process to focus on individuals. So I think that my takeaway is that this the point of striking number 6 is to focus on code enforcement to help put tools in our tool belt to manage the late night establishment activities.
Councilmember Saccharin again, and then.
Sorry, and I'm having a bird on my shoulder. This is what we want to reiterate is it is a privilege to operate late night here in the city of Charleston. So this is different than the business license, and criminal activity does contribute to public nuisance, which also goes towards the business license route that was described earlier.
Councilmember Gregg, I'm sorry, he hadn't spoken yet. I want to recognize you.
So as I understand it, Councilmember Rappel, thank you, Mr. Mayor, sorry. Councilmember Rappel, the way you explain this, we already have tools in the tool belt to take care of items number 5 and 6 using existing ordinances on the books. So it's sort of redundant anyway, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Council.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Councilmember Saccharin.
That's was going to be my point. I mean, 5 and 6 are criminal activities. They should be already being investigated. We've got enforcement ability to do that right now.
Right.
And if this plan is focused on safety and security, then we need to focus on safety and security.
Right. So the redundancy factor. Okay. Councilmember Bowden, then Parker, then Shea.
So this might be redundant. I don't necessarily have an issue with the redundancy and then allowing staff to decide which of the options it wants to pursue or multiple. So I don't know. I mean, if suspending their L&E permit for 90 days is quicker than pulling their business license, and then we can go do that too. I think those aren't in conflict. Those work well together. So I mean, I think it should stay in and give them the option of doing this, then going further and pulling the permit. And oh, by the way, if this is going on King Street and we know about it, and for some reason these laws are not being enforced, I think this should be an explicit direction to go enforce them. I mean, this is the kind of thing that the police department is good at, and should be being done. If this is being included because for some reason that has not been done in the past, that should stop.
Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Gregory, I asked the first question, so I just want you to understand why. You see me on a lot of committees that I'm not on. I jump on those committees so I can hear that discussion prior to council. This is certainly one that, I wasn't on that committee meeting. I didn't hear what changes were made, if any. So I just wanted those questions asked. It's not that I don't, that if something comes out of committee, that, I just wanted to explain that. But, so I mean, I would certainly be with removing 5 and 6, just because, again, criminal activity. But if it is so, if it's pertinent to the committee, then, I'd allow it. I would like to know, I know Deputy Thompson is not here, but I would like to hear, is there someone who can, are 5 and 6? Do they, okay, they want them in there?
Sat here all night and the same thing. I'm Captain Bruder. I am filling in for Deputy Chief Thompson on this matter. I have not been privileged to all of the discussions that have happened over the last year plus on these discussions. I'm sorry, I'm usually loud enough. So the difference between number 5 and 6, number 5 is already well established in state and federal law. When I first reviewed this, it stood out to me, that jumped off the page. It's already a federal law, a federal violation to maintain any type of residence or place for distribution of drugs. So there's way higher laws that we don't need to bed down into civil or municipal ordinance. So those are also already asked and pretty much answered at a higher level with way more punitive damage than the loss of an L&E. However, number 6, while it's not going to be attached to that, any violation that would come about, we would then have the authority to issue a violation of this ordinance for. So let's say SLED does come into a bar and does some minor in possession type stuff. Well, then that would give the city the opportunity to also issue a L&E violation, which may subject them, or it may be the warning, or it may lead to that first strike, to escalate things along that process, which isn't captured anywhere else. So rather than having a whole bunch of enumerated laws that are otherwise on the books, if a law were to be broken, and again, it would still be up to the process of review by the Director of Revenue. So does that answer your question, ma'am?
It does, yes. And so if someone is caught in an establishment with a controlled substance, that person gets in trouble, but the business owner also will get a violation.
So
okay,
not necessarily.
okay.
So there's still
Right,
that
who
knowingly
decides
part.
knowingly and recklessly?
So the knowingly part. So if we went in there and we said, hey, we just took this person out, we caught them selling drugs in the back, that may be their first warning that he alluded to of the new 4, however we're going to count that, right? So we would then warn the business there informally, not through this process. But the second or third time that we go back and we're still catching people dealing drugs out of a place, or possessing drugs in there, or using drugs in their restroom, or whatever the case may be, and we're obviously talking about drugs here, but then that may rise to the level that, hey, this is the 3rd person we've taken out of here using drugs in your bathroom. You're not doing anything about it. We're going to cite you for this on top of that other person. And if that were to escalate to the level of drug dealing out of there and some known allowing of drugs to be used there, now you're starting to rise that level of federal prosecution or federal, state circuit court cases.
And again, this was why Deputy Thompson worked so hard on this, because there are problems. We aren't talking about the good, what would you call them? The bad apples. So there are bad, and this is what we need to do to cure that. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Shade.
I just want to emphasize what Captain Brewer is talking about, and we had this conversation with him and the chief the other day. this ordinance is a code violation related ordinance dealing with business license and permitting to operate within the confines of the city of Charleston. There are separate criminal codes that we deal with. The possession of contraband, the underage possession of a firearm, open container of beer, things of that nature that are not necessarily encompassed with this ordinance. The two different things that we're dealing with, the police are charged with keeping the peace and enforcing our criminal codes, state law or our city ordinances. Fire marshal may be responsible for making sure that the code is not being violated as far as the capacity is concerned. The city police officers may not necessarily go in and count heads. And this is a merger of different type of things that we're dealing with: code violations, criminal activity. And I think we need to make sure that we're very clear on this. In the Councilmember Appel's point, we have on the books the ability for the police to enforce individual criminal activity, which the police are charged with enforcing. So the issues that we're dealing with, and we've been circling around this, but the issues that we're dealing with is the heightened violence that has occurred on King Street. It began on Memorial Day weekend, and it happened again on Labor Day weekend. So the beginning and the end of our traditional summer season, we've had some shootings in which some very serious activity took place, very violent activity took place. This ordinance does not necessarily address what is that particular shootings that took place on those two different bookends. What it will do is provide the police and our staff with additional ability to address that type of level of violence. But to the point that Councilmember Pell is making, if we heighten up the enforcement of our existing criminal activity, that's going to address those shootings that took place out there before. So we can't, we're trying to mesh two things, and we're not. But the point that the captain is bringing out, that 5 and 6 are just another little six. Thank you. Thank you. That helps with this enforcement of this L&E as well. And this gives them more opportunities to enforce.
So could I ask that we take a vote on the separate amendment of removing 6 or not? Or do you want to?
We can just, I'd like to just retract that. That's fine. After what I've heard, I'm good with
Okay.
keeping it in.
So
Call the question.
you're withdrawing your amendment
Yes,
to
yes.
remove number 6?
Yes.
Okay, so as it stands, we have the ordinance as amended from what we originally presented last time with the exception that we're removing number 5 as
Right.
noted. And that's what's on the table right now.
That's
All
correct.
right. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much.
I'm going to take it third.
Now, for third reading and ratification, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Meg, thank you for all your work on this and Mallory as well. Okay. Next up is the Committee on Public Works and
Move for
Utilities.
approval.
Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I
Mr.
got-
Chairman, you want to make any
I do.
additional comment?
They're trying to steamroll me here.
The steamroller is out.
Yes, sir. All the actionable items were moved and passed unanimously. And I would like to have a vote on that before making a comment.
Right. We got a motion and a second. Yeah. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Next is our Committee on
But
Public.
no, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The second piece you already made mention about the public hearing that was requested for the filling bills on Slab.
That's right.
Okay. You made mention of that earlier, but officially- Workshop on that, okay. But there was another thing, two things that was brought up that I had discussed that I think wasn't mentioned in human resources, but was discussed again in stormwater. we have a problem in when it comes to the men that clean ditches in the city. We normally have 7 ditch digging crews, which is 7 people in a crew. That's 49 people. We are now down to 4 people. 4 people for the whole city. One concern that I have, and I made mention to it before, was that we increased the pay raise, kind of along with the ordinance that we just passed. This is not the begin all and end all. We increased the minimum pay to $15. And one of the problems is it's not the mayor's fault. It's not the Mr. Fountain's fault. He's one of the best professionals at what he does this side of the Mississippi. It's pay. People leaving for higher pay. Now, the last rain event last week, I rode around the district that I represent. And there are a number of areas that flood that has nothing to do with sea level rise. It has to do with unclean ditches, larger pipes, and an outfall that needs to be cleaned and larger and whatever. And we've known that for a number of years. It's nothing like talking to a family that floods, water intrudes their house during a low tide. And that's what happened. And the district that I represent isn't the only one. I'm familiar with some in Councilmember Pell's district. I'm familiar with some in Councilmember Shay's district. Councilmember Zachary district. And those areas needs to be addressed. It is our problem. I actually took a picture of a street of a flooded area, and there was a lady 2 houses away on her deck, I guess, watching the water. And she shouted to me, not to be mean, but she said, "They're not gonna do anything." She didn't know who I was. And I said, "Ma'am," she said, "they're not gonna do anything." And I thought about it, and I realized she's right. We don't have that area in East Oak Forest, Councilman Shahid, up on the list to be fixed. We don't have the area in West Oak Forest. We don't have the area in yours, and cause some of the problems on Donahue and the Golden Girls Street, Gilmore Drive. So I put on the agenda for next meeting 2 weeks from now that hopefully we can identify those areas. So all 12 council people, including the mayor, obviously being a member of council, identify some of these older areas. I don't know the areas on James Island that in particular flood on low tide. We have to come up with a solution for these. It has to be pushed up as a priority. So I brought that to Public Works, bringing it to council. So hopefully to get feedback from the mayor as well as all council members on these areas that primarily flood. And the solution is a gravity flow problem. We're not talking about having to dig shafts and get, big pumps from England to pump the water back into the Ashley River. We're talking about a gravity flow problem. And a number of these subdivisions, these flooding problems have been created because commercial developments have been allowed to run through residential areas prior to getting to the outfall. I thought, and if we can get staff, legal to look into this, I thought several years ago, Mr. Mayor, that we passed the ordinance for a lot of the commercial areas that were built prior to our stormwater ordinance coming into being to come into compliance after a number of years. One of the ones I would mention is actually Ashley Town Landing. Some of the areas in Councilman Shay's district floods because of not the water coming off of the roofs and the driveways in the neighborhood, it's the water coming from a commercial area through the neighborhood, creating the flooding problem before getting to the outflow. Now, we've known this for a number of years, but we have not appropriated monies. I saw in the news, Mr. Mayor, where in the Woodland neighborhood, West Ashley, where money's been appropriated, and the news report was right, but the fix isn't going to start until 2025. So these people Every time they get a heavy rain, they got to worry about water coming in their homes. They got 3 years to wait on it. Somehow we have to accelerate that process. So not for a big discussion, I want everybody to know, because, you know, sometimes when you own a committee, you get first dibs. And that's not right. We all should have first crack at this and know the problem. So first, we have to get the action step to get more people to clean the ditches. And if that means we have to move some budget items around and get some help from human resources to do that and advertise to get people that provide that function, our taxpayers have paid their tax dollars and they cannot get this production. Our job is not to make excuses. It's not my job to go into a home when a homeowner has water coming in their house and make an excuse for the largest municipality in the state of South Carolina. We can solve this problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Bowden and then Parker.
I really appreciate this being brought up, and I'll be quick. Anytime we're talking about flooding and drainage solutions, my constituents are better off. So this to me sounds like the small project budget that we have and has been very creatively used by Mr. Fountain to sort of stretch out between years. It really sounds like what we need to do is consider increasing a small projects budget.
I think that's right. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councilman Waring, for bringing this up at the meeting. I was on that committee meeting because we approved a lot of money here in Ways and Means every 2 weeks, right? And that is something that we don't ever talk about. We're not approving any money to clear these ditches. And I just think this has to be a priority. I've been here for 9 months and telling constituents, no, we are understaffed, underpaid. I don't think we cannot continue down that road. I just don't. If we are not talking about the trash, the staffing, and more than anything, especially after this heavy rainfall, I did the same thing as Councilmember Waring, drove all around James Island. And to me, I mean, a lot of the infrastructure's there. This is above my pay grade, but we have Councilmember Gregg, we have Matt Fountain, we have Dale Morris. But a lot of this seems to be a labor issue, clearing these ditches. Water has nowhere to go. Even if it wanted to get into that infrastructure, it can't. So thank you for putting it on the committee. I hope that we can come up with, like you said, Councilmember Gregory, some innovative solutions. Whether I think we need to start contracting it out. I mean, I think we need to hire labor forces and just get crews out in these ditches however we can. I mean, we have all of these empty slots. So certainly there's money, hopefully. One other thing, this is off the subject, so I'm sorry, Russ, but the public hearing, I just wanted to point out that I didn't know that. I mean, I knew what the community members were doing. They had brought me to look at that piece of that causeway, whatever you want to call it. And I didn't realize that, they submitted a petition to close the road. And so there's going to be a public hearing. This kind of goes back to Councilmember Seekings. If you remember how long I had something in traffic and transportation for a speed bump, and that started, I think, last August or September. So I guess I'm still just curious. There's a timeline thing for me. To close a road, it seems to go really quickly. For that neighborhood to get a public hearing for a speed bump or a stop, or what was it, a reduction of speed, took a long time. Is that the normal process for closing a road versus stoplight, speed bump? Just curious.
I know it's a normal process that we hold a public hearing to hear from citizens if there's a request to close a road.
Okay.
It doesn't just having a
Did we
public
do
hearing doesn't mean we're
studies?
going
I
to
guess
close it.
I'm curious because I haven't heard, I only heard from the constituents. Did we do, so same thing, I guess Mr. Somerville isn't here, is he?
No.
Okay,
No,
so I'll touch base with him,
Yeah,
but I was just curious. It was all of a sudden we have a public hearing to close a road, but it was very difficult for the folks in one neighborhood to get a 5 mile per hour reduction.
Well, Mr. Somerville's not here, but
Seekins,
just very
please.
quickly,
Yeah.
the reason you might recall that is what we were trying to do is we have on the books an ordinance that relates back to state law, which requires us, if we're going to lower a speed limit, to go through a public hearing process. And what we were trying to do was amend that ordinance to make it as simple as possible to give Mr. Somerville or whoever he might sit in his seat somewhere down the road, the discretion to lower a speed limit to make a road safer. And we had our legal counsel look at it and we got as close as we could, but we just couldn't get around that public hearing part of it. So that was what that was all about.
And so to close a street,
Well, it's a little bit.
it's not, it's just different.
It depends who owns the street.
It depends on the street,
Right.
whether it's
Gotcha.
city street, county street, state.
Or a
street.
stop sign, right? It took 7 years, by the way, to get a stop sign at the corner of Bennett and Rutledge. 7 years.
Okay. Councilmember Appel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, you know, guys, there's really nothing bad that can happen from, closing a public street on James Island. You know, there'd never be a situation where that would happen and say, you know, 45 years later, an issue would arise. But I want to say something a little, making you laugh made my day. Thank you. Councilman Waring, I couldn't agree more with what you're saying. I thought I had heard this talk about, we're supposed to have 7 crews and we're down to 4. I thought it meant 4 crews. That, guys, is really something we've got to work on. Matt and his staff do an unbelievable job. We were able to resolve some issues today in my district, as a matter of fact. But our staff needs the resources to do their job, whether it be enforcing ordinances on Upper King Street or digging ditches and maintaining our outfall systems over in West Ashley and elsewhere. It's not a $15 an hour job. It's too important. It's too important. Like, we need to create this system or this new paradigm in the city of Charleston where digging a ditch is about as important. It's a critical, you know, all city staff are important. I'm not trying to create, tiers and things of that nature. I'm trying to be delicate about this, but it is just too important. And maybe the city of Charleston becomes, there's news stories out there, that talk about this crazy city in the Southeast is paying $30 an hour for people to clean out ditches. You know what? It's worth it if it means saving a family's house from flooding constantly, things of that nature. So maybe if we just have 4 crews, we pay them a ridiculous amount of money than what you would think. And we just have like the Navy SEALs of stormwater ditch crews working around the city, just knocking things out. Because what I'll tell you is, the fact of the matter is, even when Matt and his limited staff come through and they do some cleaning out of the Greenway, or they do some great work in some of the neighborhoods in West Ashley, it doesn't take but a month or 2 for it to clog up again. It needs to be constantly maintained. We need to have the resources in place to get the job done. So,
Y'all, can I
thank you.
respectfully ask, we actually have this meeting when it's been called for, and y'all are all welcome to attend, right? At the next public works meeting, Councilman Waring invites you all to attend. Bring your list of every home you know of that's gotten water in it. And I don't care if it's low tide, middle tide, or high tide. If people are getting water in their homes in this city, we need to respond. And you're absolutely right. It doesn't matter what time it is. All right. So if we may now move on. Councilmember Shea.
I just want to go a quick moment, and I appreciate the discussion. I know it's getting late in the evening, but it's not just the crews that we need and the manpower. The problem has been, in particularly in West Ashley, that we've just ignored this issue for so long. And a lot of the problems is that we've got to get surveyors out to properties, because some of the ditches run behind in their backyards. I'm dealing with this in Ashley Hall Manor. I've dealt with this in Charlestown Estates, that we haven't maintained these ditches. We don't have on the books the easement that we've got to reestablish out there. So it's not just getting the crews out there. It's not a magic bullet of doing this. It's much more complicated than that, but we'll tackle that issue when we get there.
Thank you. Councilmember Appel brought that up at the committee meeting the other day. So, Councilmember Gregory, is it a new order of business or?
Yes, same business. Mr. Mayor, I mean, I mean, there's a multi-jurisdictional issue too. Howe Avenue. It's a river. Okay, and I've been working on that for 14 years. Okay, because it gets to some of the issues that Councilman Shea just said. We've got to get right away. We've got to get encroachment. I mean, don't. Sorry, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Now we're gonna move on to our, which one are we on next?
Public Safety.
Committee on Public Safety.
Move for approval.
Councilmember
Thank
Shea.
you. The
Motion to
Committee on
approve.
Public Safety, the Committee on Public Safety met yesterday at 2:00. Items A, B, C, D, and E were also already addressed in our Ways and Means and items 11 through 15 and move for approval. Okay.
All right.
And the other order of
Moved
business
and
is that
seconded.
the other order of business that we received was the after action report regarding the South Street Memorial Day shooting. If you haven't received, you should have received the memorandum prepared to the mayor from Chief Reynolds dated September 12th, 2022. If you weren't paying attention yesterday to the presentation from the police department, I would just call your attention to page 2 of that memorandum that we discussed yesterday, which was the city's response, the police department's response to these noise ordinances. The first one's on April the 30th, then the one on May 28th, and finally the shooting that took place on May 30th. The police took ownership of the miscommunication regarding their executive officer's decision on how to address these noise violations and these crowd violations. Generally speaking, what had happened in the past is that when police responded, they tried to have the crowd disperse and the violation end naturally. They made a decision between the the April 30th and May 28th violations to be more aggressive with that. That was not carried out at that time. And so they have made adjustments to address more active and more effective enforcement of our noise ordinances and to other violations that they see out there. So the memorandum was very comprehensive. It highlighted some of the positive things that came out of this shooting. There were 13 folks who were seriously injured. Law enforcement had some injuries as well as several civilians. And we were grateful for the multi-jurisdictional response from several law enforcement agencies that came out to respond to that. So this is a good report. I've asked Councilmember Mitchell, and I've discussed with the mayor, that we need to take this report to the East Side community and have this aired out in front of that community. So hopefully we'll do that sometime in the near future. We don't need to take any action on that, but that was the after action report that we received from the police department yesterday.
All right, thank you. And we received the report, including the other items for public safety. So moved. Any questions? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, our audit committee. Okay, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Next, our committee on ways.
Move for
and Means.
approval.
Second.
Move for approval.
As amended.
As amended.
As amended. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, we have 15 remaining items up for second reading because we took care of number 9. So we have 1 through 8 and 10 through 16, I believe.
I would move to take all of those together minus the one we've already voted on.
Second.
All right. Any discussion on any of those? They've all visited us before. Any questions? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now for third
Move for
reading and
approval.
ratification of all those items. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, we have bills up for first reading. We have one, which is our pilot program for rental registration. I'm not sure if we've got a short presentation by planning. It looks like we do. And we have listened to council extensively at our last meeting. And I think we have a much better product as a result of those suggestions. Robert Summerfield.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in brief,
Can I ask a quick question before
Yeah.
we begin the presentation?
Yes.
Because this is first reading for a pilot program. Is this then going to come back for second reading and a public hearing?
no, this is not a zoning matter, so it doesn't have a
Okay.
public hearing.
Just want to make sure. Got it.
Yeah,
Right.
and I will not be doing this by myself. Livability will be joining me as well.
Well, it's kind of interesting. It's not, but anyway.
So once again, we took to heart everything that we heard the last time this was at city council and have made significant changes to the rental registry program. Again, you all have heard this, rental registries, they exist all over the country. They exist all over the state of South Carolina. Columbia has had one since 2016 that they've had in action and been working on. They also exist in other communities, Rock Hill, Clemson, Florence, Woodruff, and Spartanburg all have these. A rental registry can run the gambit. It can go anywhere from just a simple registration of property owner information with the local government, all the way up to very involved inspections and maintenance requirements. The purpose of this ordinance is to establish a pilot district where residential rental properties would be required to have a permit. And again, we would establish the pilot, get ourselves underway. And then once we are prepared to move forward, we would expand that to include additional neighborhoods on the peninsula. Once those are firmly done, then we would look to expand elsewhere in the city. It establishes some rights and responsibilities of landlords and tenants. Specifically, it tracks properties where we've had issues year after year. The big issue and the thing that this does and can't be underscored enough is it provides current contact information for landlords and property owners to city staff so that an owner or agent can be gotten a hold of in case there's an emergency or a situation at the property, and either our law enforcement or our livability team need to get a hold of somebody so that a situation can be addressed. And a real person, not an LLC, a company, an address or phone number somewhere up in, the Northwest or Northeast, but someone local that can respond when these situations occur. How is this different from what previously was proposed? So we heard loud and clear from members of the council, the community, Councilman Mitchell, the concern about starting this on the east side. So we've gone back, we've looked at the numbers. The next neighborhood that kind of met the criteria that we were using for the evaluation of where to start is the Cannonboro, Elliottboro. It's a larger neighborhood. There are more units there that we will need to tackle initially. And that was one of our original concerns. But Dan's team is prepared to take that on. So we've moved the pilot program to Cannonboro, Elliottboro. Per the direction of the council, when they met last on this, we've removed all of the inspection component requirements. We've added a provision that the local representative is also subject to citation if they don't follow up on issues. And then there's also an added provision that landlords will be issued a summons to municipal court if they are unlicensed or have not received the permit. And with that, oops, sorry, fat fingered that one. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dan, and he's going to talk about the actual program because the planning staff, particularly BNS, worked on a lot of the outreach, but this is Dan and the folks in livability that will actually manage and make this process work.
Thank you. Briefly, obviously, our role will be a little more than enforcement. We will be doing the intake applications for the rental registration. So the landlords will be required to meet the guidelines in the ordinance or the application of the permit to be issued a permit. Obviously, I, as the director, has the authority to approve or deny any permit. based on any disqualifications that they do not meet to the ordinance. It will be enforced in the point system, much like a driver's license. First violation will be a 1 point violation. Second is 5 and thereafter 5. And any egregious, I say egregious violation, severe property damage and or injury or death to that caused to an individual, then it would subject them to a 10-point violation. Now, during this whole process, there will be a remediation component, and they will have the opportunity, landlords will have the opportunity, if, for example, they receive their first point, they have, they can give a remediation plan. Remediation plan, basically describing or to us what they're going to do to resolve it. Make sure that their tenants are aware and are accepting the mitigation or the remediation process. And then once it's satisfied to the Department of Livability, those points could be given back. So total of 15 points could be accrued within that 1 year. That would be revocation or suspension. Within a 24-month period, the points will not go away until that 24-month period. But again, throughout the whole process, you will have the opportunity to have that plan in place to resolve it and prove to the city that their tenants will be able to behave accordingly. The appeals process really quick. They could come to us first. I hear the case, and if I uphold the case, it would then go to the Code Enforcement Board. That board will be reactivated to address all the appeals to this process. If the Code Enforcement Board upholds that decision that I have made, then the next appeals process would be the Circuit Court in Charleston County. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor. So, Dan, what are you revoking?
Sorry?
What are you revoking?
The registry, their permit for the rental registration.
So let's just walk this through me for a few seconds. You revoking a permit to allow a property owner to lease a premises to a tenant?
Yes.
Okay, so what happens with that lease agreement?
That's their concern, is the lease agreement.
Well, I mean, so here's a tenant who's got a lease agreement, which is essentially a contract between two private entities, the tenant and the landlord. You revoke this permit, are you then essentially evicting the tenant out of that person's property?
No, we are not evicting those
Well, I mean,
individuals out of the property.
that's the question. If you're revoking the permit to allow a leasehold, what am I missing?
Dude, you're correct. That
So you essentially what you're doing is de
it
facto
would be
evicting
the last resort for the landlord to make that decision. If it's so egregious and their tenants cannot behave during that process, they have every right to evict them anyway. I mean, that's not.
I got that part. I understand what
Right.
You've got, the landlord has the ability, depending on how the agreement is drafted and executed, they have the right to evict under certain circumstances if it's contained within their lease agreement.
Right.
But if that lease agreement is silent on that, or if the landlord elects not to enforce that lease agreement, if you revoke this permit, then what you are doing is effectively evicting a person from that premises. Because now you're saying that landlord cannot operate that premise to be rented out legally anymore. What am I missing with that part?
If you look at the whole picture, Councilman, where these shootings are occurring and things of that nature, parties and things of that nature, if your landlord can't control their tenants,
that's not my question.
this-
That's not my question. I
He's asking
understand.
if-
I understand what we're trying to accomplish here.
Mhm.
I just want to make sure that we're being practical with the application of this, because with this point system that you got in place, you are revoking a permit. And the permit that we're revoking is a
Correct.
permit to allow a landlord to rent to a tenant.
But at any point during these points that are assessed, they can submit a remediation plan to make it right again. It doesn't mean that if they get to 15 points, then we've exhausted all.
I'm at the bottom level of this. I'm at the end result.
Let's have legal counsel respond.
I just want to kind of walk through this process. So once you've accumulated 15 points or more within a 12-month period, keep in mind, once you've accumulated 1 point, you can have a remediation plan put in place. At that point, you are then subject to suspension pending revocation. So there'll be hearing, there'll be evidence presented. It doesn't automatically mean you get 15, you're done. So there are plenty of opportunities, and what we're hoping to do is have our livability team work with landlords and work with tenants to resolve these issues. But if we do get to that point where a permit is in fact revoked, then at that point, you have landlord tenant law that will govern. But if you continue to be renting without a permit, then you are in violation of the permitting ordinance.
But just stick with me for this scenario for 1 second, okay? Now, hang on a second. You go through all the steps that you just mentioned, and you come to the final conclusion that you're revoking a permit. Okay, and you've got a lease agreement between the landlord and the tenant, and you revoke the permit. What happens to the tenant?
Does the revocation of the permit negate the lease? I think is what he's asking.
It does not. No.
It does not.
Okay, so if you don't have a permit, you still have a tenant inside occupying those premises.
And then we
Right.
look to landlord tenant law.
So what's
to
the
address
penalty?
That situation. Pardon?
What's the penalty?
Well, the penalty is that the landlord is going to continue to be fined for continuing to rent without a permit.
So
Because they've not taken the opportunities presumably to enter a remediation plan and to resolve the issue. The tenant also has rights under state law in that situation.
That's exactly right. There's a landlord tenant act that specifies the tenant's rights under that act. So you're not evicting, the tenant stays in there. The landlord continues to collect rent off of that. But you're going to fine him on a daily basis as long as that tenant remains in the premises?
It depends on, I think, this would be a case by case basis. And that's why I think the way that this is written, it gives the livability team a lot of flexibility in working with folks. But in a situation where you have a landlord that is not in compliance, and that these issues are driven by bad actors that are landlords, then tenants would have the ability to seek relief under Landlord Tenant Act as well. And I think that having the ability to go after landlords who are continuing to operate this way with the municipal court summons is going to help achieve that.
The lease is still in place, but if the landlord don't get right with his tenant, there's some consequences.
And that's I guess I'm kind of get to the bottom line. What are the consequences?
Yeah.
That the tenant stays in the premises, the landlord still has a lease agreement, and you still got this relationship of landlord tenant, and he's collecting rent.
Well, he can go to municipal court
Yes.
and he can be fined.
But we don't have the ability to compel an eviction.
That's right. All right. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Seeking.
To take it sort of the extreme, you've also got an intermediate step of suspension. So during a period of suspension, while the tenant's still in the house, and we're still trying to figure out the reasons why the suspension was going on, are they still getting fined daily during the suspension period because the tenant's still in there? Or do they have to, hang on, does the tenant then have to move out for them to avoid continued fines? That's I think really where this is headed. Landlord's like, I've got the city on my back. I can't afford to pay them. You got to get out. That's going to create a problem.
So if you are in a remediation plan, those points will be suspended in that interim period. And if you successfully complete it, they go away.
But if you're in that period and we're going through this administrative process and you're under suspension in the interim, whether that's a day, a week, a month, whatever, you're still in violation. There's some ability to fine. It's a very complicated scheme for the objective here, which I thought was to have a landlord registration ordinance, which we could then build on and then put it into a business licensing situation. And as you read through this ordinance, and you all made a lot of changes from last time, and for that, I thank and commend you. But it's still, if you go and read through it, I mean, if you even just look at the purpose of it, the purpose is way beyond rental registration, right? It's what it is. And I just think we're setting ourselves up for failure here until we get to a point where we can get people registered in, see how that goes, and then build on the business license side of things. It's just going to be, Dan, for you, a regulatory nightmare. And by the way, I think it now splits up the rules and regulations between short-term and long-term rentals. And it makes it actually the short-term rental people are in better shape than the long-term rental. And that really is not what we want to be doing. And I don't want to get into that whole debate, but I think that's what we're doing here anyway.
So
You're close, but not there yet from my perspective.
So you're proposing just have a registry where a responsible individual that lives or be contacted within 30 miles of Charleston, and that's it.
That's what we started doing 8 years ago. You, Councilmember Gregory, and me, and we couldn't even get it to the floor for a vote, as you recall. And the idea was to build off of that. This goes further. This is now a permitting ordinance, not a registry ordinance. Let's just be frank about that. And once we get it to a place that, and I don't know, it might pass tonight for first reading, and we get it into the pilot program in Canterbury, Elliott Borough, we'll be able to see, but we need to set it up for success, not for failure. And I think that we're getting closer, but I don't think we're there yet. That's my perspective.
Councilmember Parker and then Saccharin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was just glancing at kind of I do think it's important. I was looking at the state lease, I'm sure it's a standard lease that most people use. I mean, is it not downtown?
No.
Yeah, there is.
Well, there's
It's
there's a
okay.
landlord.
Anyway, most leases, I assume that a lot of people I know a lot of people use. So wouldn't it be a good idea to, if we're going this far with it, which by the way, I want to be clear tonight that, I don't want this in District 12. Today, next year, no one wants it in District 12. So I want to be sure that this pilot program, tonight, we're just voting on the pilot program. It's not going to come across the bridge. Okay. So, but there are things in the state contract, so maybe having Byron King or someone from, CTAR speak on some of these questions that you had, Councilmember Shade, might be a good idea, because I agree. I mean, if they're in violation of some of these things, there are terms in the lease that might help them to evict, but where are we going with this?
I've shared
where we
this
wanna go?
with the Charleston Realty Association. I've shared the recent draft. No questions after the last draft was given. Josh Dix has been very supportive. I mean, he's the director of the Board of Governors for the entire Charleston area. So I feel if I had a lot of pushback from them, then we'd have a problem. So I came here tonight feeling confident that I was not getting pushback from the very people that would have the most concern. The landlords and realtors and things of that. I'm just saying.
So if I may remind a little history, and then if you don't mind, Councilmember, I think the need for this arose years ago around the College of Charleston with disruptive behavior and adding some accountability, not just for the tenant, but for the first time to the landlord. Frankly, I remember when I lived in Charleston Village, and next door, there were a lot of wild parties there. And I think some accountability was needed. And so this model actually came mostly from Columbia, South Carolina. And when I was at the Municipal Association, I think I mentioned to y'all, I had there was a presentation by Chief Holbrook of the Columbia Police Department, and his team, and they showed the maps and they selected the areas around the University of South Carolina. I guess Gamecocks can misbehave too, Councilmember. And I mean, their testimony was a very similar program in Columbia had really helped livability in their neighborhoods around 5 Points and around the University of South Carolina. And so the net goal of all this is to help livability in our neighborhoods and add some accountability to both tenants and landlords. I mean, in a way similar to the measure we just debated about late night establishments. So that's where it all came from. Councilmember Sacre.
Thank you, Mayor. I fully support the direction we're heading. Can I make a motion to send this back to the appropriate subcommittee, given we've changed the pilot to now Elliott Borough, Cannon-Borough? We can bring Marion in. We can have a discussion with him about what he thinks we should include in this. That'll give us some time and staff time to retweak this.
Is that a motion?
I'll second.
To send it back?
Just
Second.
Okay.
And which committee?
Any discussion? Councilmember Shealy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I wasn't real clear on why we switched to Cannon-Borough, Elliott Borough instead of Eastside. Because my idea was that part of it was that you were having these pop-up parties and all this violence and stuff in that area. And that was part of the reason. And now we kind of moved it. And I guess I'm just not real clear.
We use the matrix for the neighborhoods separately, the number of rentals in each neighborhood versus the number of police livability calls, and did the balance. East Side won. So they were had the least rentals with the most noise and disturbance events. So that's why we based it, but Councilman Mitchell and other council people were not in favor of it. So we reevaluated our numbers, and the second in line would be Cannon Elliott, a little more, about 1,300 units versus around 800. So that's how we got to that point.
Okay.
And it seemed to be by popular demand by the neighborhood that was mostly impacted by what I just shared, the history of this being mostly college rental area. Councilmember Mitchell.
Elliott Borough, Cannon-Borough was the first neighborhood association that wanted this.
Councilmember Mitchell, can you talk into, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they wanted this years ago. They brought this up and they have the way Elliott Borough, Cannon-Borough is set up in their neighborhood association. They can go and pinpoint you with all the rentals in their area. They got it. They do these type things. And so when they called me, they said, well, why is it going over there? We asked for this years ago. And they're the one that brought this up. So that's when I went and spoke with the East Side community. They said, well, we didn't ask for this yet, because they just started moving over in the East Side, so this is what happened. And that's what I mentioned that. And I mentioned it to Dan. I said, I said, Elliott Borough, Cannon-Borough wanted, they're ready for it. But they pushed this. And they're having more problem, but they were saying that East Side was smaller, and that's why they wanted to work on the pilot program. But they don't really want it over there yet, because they feel that every time something comes along, it's always coming in the area that African American lived in and always tearing it up. And then with the other information they had in the first proposal of that inspection and all that, they'll wipe it out. So then they removed that. But then I said, well, we need to look back at Elliott Borough, Cannon-Borough, and they said, and that's why they're over there. I mean, it's more work, but then that's what the impact is in Elliott Borough, Cannon-Borough. Now college is back in, so they're going to be getting it over there more.
Mr. Mayor, just for the record, this is to defer item M1, and is it to send it back to community development?
That's where it started.
That's where it started, and I'd like to send it back.
And they've got a pretty big agenda there. So could I respectfully ask, as noted, this ordinance has seen a lot of improvement. We were really listening last time. We were really listening tonight as well. Could I respectfully ask we give this first reading and let us continue to work on it and bring it back to you with changes? I see some nodding and shaking the head. The motion on the floor is to defer. So I guess my preference would be to give first reading, but we're going to see real quick here. All in favor to defer, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. All right. I guess I got outvoted there. Okay. So next up, we have some executive session items. Okay, we have a motion to go into executive session for legal advice.
Who's the second?
Yes, hold on, everybody. We got a second?
Yes, we just.
And can I, all in favor of going to executive session, say aye. Aye. And any opposed? Could I suggest we take about a 5-minute break? I think being right in here, because I don't think anybody wants to hang around. We are not planning on taking any action when we reconvene after executive session. So I guess I would ask that any
All right, I think we're live.
Are we off on, ready?
Yes.
We're good. Can I entertain a motion?
Move to come out of executive
Come out
session.
of executive session. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Let the record show that no action was taken while we were in executive session, by popular demand. We are adjourned.